winter retreat to order. Sorry, my time was incorrect. I was thinking it was 9. Obviously, Melissa corrected me. It was 8:30. Nobody called me, got me out of bed or anything of that nature. Okay. So that being said, if you would, Melissa, are you here?
I am here.
Doug Matheson. Here. Kat Perry.
Yes. Here.
David Harwood's here. Pete Greeny's here. Correct? Correct. Correct. All right, great. Let's please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty. Okay, Mr. Rothrock, would you take control?
Sure, glad to. Well, starting out this morning, we're going to do some little recap of this past year. We've got department heads that are going to do some quick presentations and just summarize what's happened over the past year. Just want to say that this is your retreat. We want to make sure that you get out of it what you want, and that you give us direction for the coming year for projects and tasks and priorities, and we'll hit that more on Wednesday. So when we summarize, but that we fill in the blanks if there are any, as you have questions as we go through at least 2.5 days of information, and that you help us as we prepare for the budget for the coming year, and that you get out of it what you want. This is for our departments to help you understand what we have coming and what you would like to see us accomplish. So, thank you for the opportunity. Good bless you.
Thank you.
And we are live. And Thomas, I want to thank Thomas and Hillary for setting all this up. Thomas spent a lot of time in here getting everything for video and for the streaming, and for Hillary and all the food that she's got prepared for us, and all the little details. So I want to thank them and all the department heads for preparing information for us that we're going to look at today. The agenda for today: departmental updates, mainly this morning. Financial updates, mid-year, and Tasha will be doing that. Planning and zoning updates, Brian will do that. Jennifer will come back after her earlier update, and we'll talk about the Blowing Rock Academy. And in the afternoon, public safety, talk about Green Hill Communications, and Tracy Brown will come in and do Blowing Rock TDA summary towards the end of the day. So that'll be our agenda. And to start out, will be Corey, go give an update on landscaping. Come on, Corey.
Council and Mayor,
Morning.
just to give you guys a quick update, with the landscape department, I feel like a lot of our stuff is kind of, everybody gets to see, a lot of it's down on Main Street, most of the stuff you see, but here's a couple of the projects which I'll speak a little bit about through there. I first just wanted to kind of give some context of our hanging baskets of flowers. I'm going on year 5, and when we first started, we had 186 baskets, 17 inch. We had 27 of the 8-inch down Laurel and Morris, which were the little tiny baskets, and 17 of the containers. We are now up to 160 17-inch baskets, which go down all the streets, including Laurel Lane, Sunset, Morris, Main Street, 27 containers. And we've also doubled our size of flower orders with, the end of Sunset down there. We've got a new area some of the other areas that have popped up, and some new stuff I'm going to talk about today. So with that, we've got 2 guys every other day that are watering almost all day. And I got 1 guy that mows all day, and there's 4 of us. So it kind of gives context of we stay pretty busy. So beyond all that stuff, we did a little re-landscape on the police department bed, which is not in front of the police department, but out in front of it, where we added some boulders and some new plantings and things, and it really turned out nice. I don't know if anyone's kind of noticed it, but it did a pretty good job. We did have a police officer hit one of the boulders whenever we first put it in, but other than that, it did good. It worked. On the picture up here of the stairs, that's the Kirchner Gardens. That is one of the projects that we did this year. We're currently waiting for the weather to get a little nicer. We're going to have some handrails put on by Clemens Welding. So that should be coming here in the next couple weeks. We also put some landscape lighting down on the stairs here from the Legion down to Broy Hill. That's kind of going together with potentially getting parking and people walking from down at the pool area and maybe possibly Devant to come up to town. So that's another thing that we had gotten done. We've also finished the rock wall at Memorial Park and did a bunch of plantings. I don't have any pictures of that one up. I kind of just wanted to keep it simple, but I think everybody's kind of driven by there and seen the wall. That will be something that we'll be planting flowers back in. I don't know if you've noticed, but the spruce trees that were in there, we have transplanted down to Broy Hill. They are part of Broy Hill along the history walk now. So that'll be a nice addition this year. I think that a lot of people are gonna really like. Kind of ties in the bulb out areas and stuff, that all the new things that we've kind of got going that will just make it even look better. So along with the Memorial Park wall, with Kevin's help, we were able to finish off the sidewalks. There was gravel up there for the longest time. So once we were able to complete the wall with Kevin's help, we were able to get the sidewalk completed, and now that project should be done, which was in the works ever since I started. So our big thing is to finish things, and I think we're doing a really good job with that. Along with getting the wall done at Memorial Park, we installed 6 pallets of sod. It's been installed there behind the wall, which is done really well. And depending on how well it does, it may be something that we add into the park, because with the extension of the sidewalks being widened, I think that our turf areas, people walk, if you ever notice, people walk beside each other and they're not on the old sidewalks, so it just tears up our grass. So with this new sod, this could potentially be something that we could install up in the park that could do better than what we've got going now. It's a battle. We aerate twice a year because it's just, with the amount of people that are on it, it's just hard as a rock, and it's nearly impossible to keep grass. So that's something I'm kind of keeping in mind with, depending on the part of grant and all the other things going on. But so that's another thing. We did a major cleanup around Broy Hill Lake. It was last winter. On the far side, there was just an area that was kind of overgrown, had branches and all kinds of bushes and shrubs and things that were going on. So we spent almost the entire winter kind of cleaning that area up for kind of accessibility, more sunlight. I think it just gives it a better look. I don't know if anyone's noticed or not, but it's along the backside. And it was kind of a pain in the butt project, but I think it really kind of opened up the lake a little bit, and like I said, for fishing, and just visually looks better. So and safety as well. Along down Broy Hill, we've also done a lot of planting and transplanting of trees. Broy Hill is just an area, it's kind of an area for me where if we've got to take things like the rhododendrons that we removed up in the park to do the wall, were transplanted down to Broy Hill. So that Broy Hill is really the area that I like to take things because people have sentimental values to some of the stuff in town. They know it. So it's good for us to not say, hey, we chipped it. We actually went and transplanted it down at Broy Hill. So Broy Hill is really where I take things. And, so that's another thing. We've installed several bluebird boxes around town. Bluebirds are obviously a great thing to have around. They eat bugs, grubs, all the things to keep chemicals, things that we don't need to be doing. So that's something that we try to do. I just like the natural way, if we can, to do things like that versus the chemicals with kids and dogs and people. And so we try to keep that balance, and we'll keep up on that as we go along with putting bluebird boxes up. People love birds, so I think we've gotten a lot of compliments on that kind of stuff. So that's another thing that we've tried to keep on. So as far as the academy, we installed a fence that apparently we need to do a little bit of altering to, but we helped along with Public Works, and Jennifer and her crew helped out where we could when we were needed for that, and did some landscaping to childproof, which I never really understood how much goes into childproofing things. Jennifer probably knows way better than me. So down at Annie Cannon, we removed the old stage down there. It was falling apart, took that out, put some seed down. There was also an area where basically it used to be a water feature that came in with a giant hole that just held water, which snakes and things like that were in. I hate snakes, so we came in and we've probably, I don't know, 5 truckloads worth of topsoil we brought in and planted. And so now it's really a nice area. I know we've got some master plans with Annie Cannon, but it's a great spot that I think that, you know, we're doing what we can right now until we get a game plan together on it. But it looks really good. And we've had some help from people in the garden club that really like to go down there and kind of spend some time. And also we've repaired some of the wall down there that was falling apart. It seems like cars hit that, they hit the fence, they hit about everything down there. So we're constantly fixing that. Along with the bridge, we did some repairs on. Along Main Street, we've done several areas that I walked through with Kevin on pavers. Just some areas that were trip hazards. So Kevin and I kind of walked through there, and we've got a lot of that fixed up and safe. Anything we can do to kind of keep things safe. And it's a pain in the butt to pull pavers out and try to fix, but the guys have done a great job. So then that kind of brings us to the trees up there. We obviously removed the 2 old maples that were declining. Public Works was a big help with the removal. So we got those all taken out. Couldn't have done it without those guys. And then we brought in these new maple trees, autumn blaze maples, put drainage in, some gravel, and then filled topsoil up to the top so that in the spring we can come in now and plant flowers around the tree, both the trees. And they're good sized trees. In context of what the old ones were, can't get anything that big. But these are nice symmetrical trees that are going to look great, have good fall color. And I think, you know, I for the most part, never heard anything from anybody, and maybe y'all have a little bit, but I think all in all, it went well. And it was the right thing to do. And I think this is going to look great once we get some flowers and things here in the spring and summer. And then last thing as far as accomplishments that I wanted to kind of bring up was So our compost pile that we have, and some people might be aware, but we take all of our clippings, flowers, leaves, sticks, you name it. We don't go to the dump. We don't go anywhere. We take it down by Broy Hill in our little side area off to the pool parking lot. And we dump it in there and we stir it around. And I couldn't tell you how much topsoil we used this year, but we did not buy any. So we're reusing all of that. So that area has been amazing for us in the sense of time, trying to get to the dump to take things. We don't do that. Getting soil, all of our soils come from there. It's really good soil. And I just think that's a very, very good thing that I'm proud of that we do. And I just wanted to make that aware to y'all in case you didn't know. Like I said, I mean, there was probably, I want to say at least 8 ton truckloads for each tree well that were put into those. The front wall was probably another 12, 13. Annie Cannon, another 6 or 7. So, I mean, you start thinking about that and kind of crunching numbers and things, and it's really a big benefit for us and the town. And it's just a good thing that I wanted to make aware to everybody. So that's kind of like, in a nutshell, our accomplishments for the year. We do a lot of other things. Those are kind of just some of the bigger things. What we're looking forward to in 2024 is we're going to try to re-landscape out here in front of the Legion a little bit. Got some issues with drainage. Some of the shrubs and things are kind of outgrowing their spots. So we've got a game plan together to redo that sometime here in the early spring or when we get a nice day. The new bathrooms, once those are completed, I have a little better idea of the landscaping we need to do there. So that will be another nice project that I think is going to look good. The bathrooms look great. We're going to redo some lighting up at Town Hall. It's well overdue, but we wanted to wait till the construction was done on the building itself, and now we'll bring some landscape lighting in. And obviously, I spoke of earlier the tree wells and the wall in the front. I can't really give it justice right now, but I'm fully confident that when spring comes, we like to add something new every year that people can compliment. And I feel like we've done a really good job of, and this will be just another element of that. So, and there'll be many more things that pop up. I've learned that the plan and what actually come up usually are 2 different things. So it keeps us busy, which is great. But I can't speak enough about how well and good my guys are and the job they do. And I appreciate all the support from y'all, and that's all I've got. So thank you very much.
Just anybody
Questions?
Are we, we've got some bad spots over there on Valley Boulevard up there toward the top especially, it's probably just what, we've looked at, and it's more gravel than it is dirt.
Sure.
Is any chance of getting something in there to where that's gonna look just a little bit better? Because we're getting those great big brown spots in there.
So are those up towards where they put the light in?
Right.
So I've been in talks with the DOT, and of course they tell me what I want to hear, and they promise me that they are in the process of working on that. Unfortunately, it's just a matter, like, for me, because we don't have a lot of budget into the 321 median. It's kind of what Darren's contract is, and that we don't have a lot of room within that. What I kind of have to do is wait to kind of the end of our budget year to know if I've got the monies. And if I do, then I think at that point, it's on my list of things if we've got the budget to do it. The problem with the way the budget year falls for me is, July hitting the second end of my busiest, and then circling back around, the spring is another super busy time that I'm on the end of the budget. So I have to kind of, wager that and make sure that things don't come up. But it is on my list of things. I highly doubt DOT's going to do anything about that. They promised me they are because they're the ones that tore it up.
We've got good grass, pretty good coming all the way up through there to get that one spot.
Yeah, it's just, when they initially did it, they tore shrubs up, left them on the side. It's a bunch of rock they dug up, never cleaned it up. It's just bad soil
Yeah.
from the start. And that's kind of the problem that we had from the beginning. And Darren's done a great job at, kind of getting that back squared away. But the soil was never good from the start, so it's hard for grass to establish itself, essentially. So.
You think, that grass that you're using up here would work better?
Potentially. I mean, the problem with alongside of the roads is you get salt and all the other things going. And also, in order to do sod, we would have to come in and try to dig up first. So it gets complicated. It's not that that's not an option. It's just easiest option would be to try to overseed first. And if that's not an option, then yeah, coming in and trying to get, but then you're looking at more money. But all the options are on the table. It's just a matter of budget wise, if I've got that money to kind of go out there and work on it. So, but it is on the list.
Will you let me know what DOT has told you they will do?
Okay. Yeah,
Please.
they keep promising me that they're doing things.
Let me know what that promise is, and I'll see if we can't,
You got a meeting this month.
yeah, let me see if I could get that fulfilled.
I appreciate it.
Corey, I had mentioned to you, probably back in the fall about intersection of Sunset and 321 there.
Sure.
Some of the plantings. Looking for traffic coming to the site. You said you were,
Yes, I do. I have that on the list here in the early spring to go down, and some of that stuff obviously has established itself now.
right,
So we'll bring back on some of that stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I've got two questions.
Sure.
First one, if you have it, can you share what vision you might have for Annie Cannon Gardens?
I don't have it on me right now. I mean, I feel like with our park strategy, we had a pretty good plan together. I mean, the way I have it figured right now is just with what we're doing without putting lots of money in is to just establish a nice garden bed within area over there and just kind of a grass area. I mean, to me, it seems like because the creek runs through there and things that having little pockets that people could hang out and picnic, they go down there anyway. So, and finding a way to get rid of the parking, I know that's a hot topic around here, but I think if you were able to get rid of the parking and establish a trailhead maybe a little further up and make kind of little pockets where people could picnic or hang out by the creek, clean up along, the bank there. And I think those are all things we kind of touched on with our park strategy plan.
Right.
And I think I'm right in line with kind of what everyone else was thinking on that. But I think it's probably one of the, and maybe it's not underrated, but I think it's one of the best areas in Blowing Rock, period.
It's a council, we're going to be going into budget season and all. Is there anything that you want the council to know with regard to your budget in terms of the needs or?
This being the first year, I'm still kind of working through my budget. As of right now, we're in great shape. I think everything kind of got into line of where we needed to be. Obviously, like I was saying earlier, as we go into the spring, I get back into my busiest part of my budget, which is the tail end. So I'm kind of catching this tail end to see where it's at. But as of right now, last I was updated from Tasha, I'm right where I need to be with everything. So, some of the unforeseen things that happen, I think we've done a good job at budgeting for. Like I didn't know necessarily bathroom wise, that I would need to budget for. But luckily, with Brack on flowers and that stuff, it really frees up budget for me to be able to cover some of this stuff. And whether the part of grant goes through or not, if it doesn't, no, there's a lot of repair and stuff we need to do up in the park. And just unknown, like this year we keep adding more and more. So these areas I gotta kind of think ahead on for flowers and things like that. But I think ultimately we've done a good job with our budget so far, and I have no complaints with it. So it's been great.
Thanks, Corey.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
Corey, who are you talking to at DOT?
I have to look back on my emails. Ivan used to be
Okay.
the person, but he moved up. So he gave me a number, and I'd have to look back at my email.
I've been in contact with Mike Poe, Michael Poe.
Michael Poe. Okay.
I'll get you his telephone number.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great. I would really appreciate it. All right. One thing? Oh,
I got one. Put you on the spot a little bit, but we talked about it. 321 contract,
sure.
just a few details on that, timing.
Yeah, so we've been looking back. We're coming up on our 3-year contract with the 321 union. Time-wise, looking back on the old one, we're looking at when we did it before, it was mid-February when we posted it with the idea, I think, that sometime in March, we were going to take bids and then kind of go through that process. So I haven't had time to get up with Kevin and kind of go through the things, but looking through it, I think Darren's done a great job. I don't know that there's anything we want to alter about it. I don't really want to take away. We've gotten a lot of compliments on it. So I don't see anything in there that's worth removing to try to save a couple dollars. I don't know what your all's opinion is on that and what you think, but I think he's done a great job. And if we want to have it look great out there, that's what it costs us now.
I haven't looked at the contract, talking with Darren the other day, that there's a 2-year renewal if both parties agree, but we need to discuss that with him, because it's likely going to go up. And we talked the other day. So if we had any, and it's going to be hard to find somebody qualified that can put that kind of manpower and that kind of effort out there. And they've done a good job.
Everything amazing.
But as in everything, I don't believe we're going to get it for the same price. Just be honest with you.
Well, the cemetery and everything's,
Yeah.
been a lot better than what we was having before.
And I think also another thing, Darren, but having someone that's local makes a big difference. Darren's driving by there every day. He knows some of the people. He knows where we want things and, what we hold it to. So it's been great. He calls me anytime a car slides into the median or whatever happens. He's really good at getting in touch with me, let me know what's going on. So I've really appreciated that, but I think it really is something to, dealing with Piedmont, nothing against Piedmont, but being that they are not local, they send guys up here. The supervisor was never here. It was a constant battle back and forth trying to get what we want. So I think he's done a great job, but it is something that's coming up here soon that we need to discuss and figure out. So
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Good counsel?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi,
thank you.
Corey.
Thanks, Corey.
Corey, thank you.
Interim Chief Nathan Kirk, he's going next.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Everybody all
Morning.
right?
Hopefully that didn't break.
So we'll be going over a couple of different numbers. So starting, I'm going to go over the call numbers. This goes to traffic stops, things like that, some of the big things that we do throughout the year. So this is all for 2023. Lone Rock Police Department responded or initiated 42,830 calls last year. Now that includes, extra patrols, security checks of houses, foot patrols, traffic stops. Of that number, 2,750 were traffic stops that we conducted last year, which is fantastic. We're right on cue. Hopefully we're gonna hit that 3,000 mark. But with staffing numbers, that's to be expected with where we're at. Total arrests last year was 41. Vehicle accidents that we responded to was 107. We did 30 ABC inspections across town with all ABC permittees. We wrote 478 parking citations, which is a increase from last year. I think last year we had about I believe it was 284. So we've turned that into 478 this past year. We also wrote 8 ordinance tickets, which could be dogs off leashes, things like that. Some of the special events I'd like to highlight is that was from the 4th of July parade right there. Also, this event right here on your right, that's Sergeant Hunt. We went and participated in the emergency vest at ASU. We try to do that every year. From a survey from the kids, we had the most popular booth with the Nerf guns. So they really enjoyed that. And I'll get to some more special events here later on. Training this past year, I'm real proud of this number. We had over 2,000 hours of training, 2,238 hours of training. That's additional to the required in-service. The in-service that the officers do was 530. We do that every year. But some of these extra hours that we had on there, training-wise, was executive program, SWAT, sniper. We have there's one of 2 certified snipers in the county. Sergeant Hunt is one of them, and then ASU also has another. So that's a big asset to have. We also have another member of our police department, Jonathan Hayes. He's also on the SWAT team. And just recently, Sergeant Hunt he's been deemed a team leader for the SWAT team. So that's a big honor. We have a seat at the table now. Radar, LIDAR, INTOX, officer survival, tactical leadership. Officer Hayes is an impact munitions instructor now. We sent him to school for that. Some drug classes, budgeting, first line supervision, practical leadership, background investigations, basic investigations, hostage rescue, crime prevention, field training, hotel, motel, interdiction, rapid deployment training. That's something we do every year, rapid deployment training. We try to get every officer. We have a group that comes together from Boone, Watauga, and ourselves. We go to Caldwell, and we usually try to pick one school out of the county. It could be Lone Rock one year, Valley Crucis another year, and try to do some rapid deployment training there. And that's something we do every year. We also did one on our own at Lone Rock School for the teachers before school started. We had all the staff involved, which went over good. Some other things that we accomplished last year, we purchased 6 new patrol vehicles. 4 were from the previous year, 22, but finding patrol vehicles right now is like finding a diamond in the rough. Ford canceled our hybrid orders. They didn't tell us that until I think it was October, but we knew it was coming. So we went ahead and found vehicles elsewhere. We got a couple from Raleigh. We went down to South Carolina and got one. So we've received 5 of the 6. We're still waiting for one Dodge to come in. We have all the equipment and everything to upfit it. We did a bathroom renovation at the PD. We installed a shower in there so officers can use it. Trying to think of anything that might come up, possibly have, little locker room. They can keep an extra uniform in there. And on days where we have a blizzard condition or something like that, maybe officers have to stay over, we have resources for them to stay at the PD, have shower to be able to access and everything like that. With the bathroom renovation, we also installed new flooring in the hallways and the lobby of the PD. It was in need. That pink tile was, it's pretty retro, but, so we've got that all installed. We also, some of the other community events that we took place in was, National Night Out at the high school. We also participate in the Explorers Cadet Program. Sergeant Hunt is a assistant instructor over there with that. He participates in that. And also Officer Hayes has been over there and taught a couple of classes. Town Career Day, right there on your left, we do that every year. That's usually kindergarten through third grade, where we bring the students up and all the town participates. Public Works brings out their trucks and things like that. Corps brings out a couple of things, and you know, the kids have a real good time. They love seeing that, crawling through all the vehicles, and everybody loves to bump the siren. So that's one of the big things they like to do. And we just give them basically a debrief of what a town employee does, what our job function is, what we do. Also, we participate in an angel tree program, and this right here is, unfortunately, we couldn't do it during the COVID years, but we've been able to pick that back up. We operate off of donations from mostly First Baptist Church. They collected quite a bit of money for us this past year, and we were able to help out 6 different families. And some of our business owners around here at the Incredible Toy Company, they donated some toys for free. Columbia helped us out. The shoe store down there at Tanger as well. They really came together for us on this, and we were able to get these kids a really good Christmas. Also, that picture right there in the middle, that's Officer Cottle. He likes to go down to the school every year. We participate in what's called Read Across America. We'll go in and read to a couple of different classrooms and things like that. And we'll go in and speak to the kids and tell them, you know, what do cops do, and their responses are always great. So, but yeah, also some other notable things. Sergeant Hunt was awarded his TAC certification from the Justice Academy, which takes a lot of training. So I'm really proud that he was able to accomplish that. That's for next year, but one of my other officers just completed a traffic certification. So that is fantastic as well, but we'll highlight that next year. So, but any questions? Yes, sir, Pete.
Any updates on the K-9 dog situation?
The K-9 is back on patrol now. Car is outfitted, ready to go, and he's been back to work.
Now, is that the one that had surgery?
Yes.
So he's completely,
Rehabilitated.
yep.
Him and William.
Yeah, William's not pouting around sad anymore.
Was there some talk of getting a second dog?
There was talk. I don't think I'm ready to commit to that yet. Just to see, I want to see, because we haven't had a full year of a canine on the road. He was off for quite a bit of time for that surgery, so I'd like to see that. And just a matter of getting vehicles and equipment for a canine. It's fluid. Any other question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. We've all been inundated by speeding in town, speeding on Green Hill from the Parkway. Any thoughts on how that can be, speeding can be deterred, or we can, any ideas? Because, I mean, I'm getting, I've gotten a few emails about it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what the solution is not, and that's putting European-style speed bumps on Green Hill Road. I don't think that's
What
good
is a
idea.
European-style speed bump?
The best thing I can relate it to is ones that's behind the Convocation Center. They actually come up and they're flat and come back
Oh,
down.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
Table.
yeah. So I don't think that's the answer. And honestly, just looking at the information that I have after the last complaint that came in at the council meeting, I had an officer go up there the next morning, sit there. There was 2 cars came through and they were compliant. So I've had radar signs up there. I've collected data. There are some speeders up there, but that's not There's more on 321. I think we had more on Ransom Street during the time. We had a problem down there at Clark Street. I mean, if we wanted to look into possibly putting out the temporary, strip that we did down here on Clark Street, I talked to Harold and Carrie down there, and they were concerned about the speeders coming through, and they said that it seemed to make a difference.
Right.
So I'd be interested in doing that, but with that being said, I would like to first have an officer go up there and do a speed test, sit there, just run radar for an hour, 2 hours, see what they're getting data-wise, and then also put some radar signs up there for possibly a week and see if there actually is a true problem, and then we could look at putting the temporary speed bumps out. But speeding is always a thing. I did a study on this probably 2 years ago. If you pull somebody over and give them a verbal warning, that's gonna affect them for about a week. You give them a written warning, it'll be 2 weeks, it's about a month. And then after that, they're back to speeding. And our town is it's different than a lot of other places because our community there's a lot of vacation, there's a lot of turnover in residents, people coming up. So the speeders you pull over this weekend is going to be a different set of speeders you have next weekend. And we do have a pretty stout reputation out there of road Nazis and things like that. But, I'm okay with that because, that's typically what we shoot for is we have some blue lights out on 321 just about all day. So.
On Green Hill, would we have to get permission with the state with putting strips down?
Yes, I believe we would.
Okay.
Well, on the section leaving town.
Right,
And that's the section that I've been made aware of that is the biggest problem for
right.
Coming down the hill.
Yeah.
I thought we'd have to go through DOT with that.
Which section are you talking about?
It's going to be mainly that straight section right there around, what is that, the 1300 block, I believe, going towards the Parkway.
Right.
Yeah.
It would be after that turn to Green Hill.
Right there, at Green Hill Woods.
You wonder, yeah,
It's-
I get all those confused.
Yeah.
Because we've added, 2 stop signs up there at
Yes.
intersections.
Right.
And really, with the speeds that I'm being told, I don't feel like that's possible because I've chased people through there in a pursuit, and that is really tough to keep those type of speeds that they're talking about without wrecking.
I drive that road all
The
the
only
time.
part you could really generate speed is going to be coming down off the Parkway
Yes.
towards town limits and carrying on up the hill or going out the other way. Everything else seems.
Once you top the hill,
Yeah.
it's hard to maintain.
And I've run traffic at Wonderland Drive right there on the rear antenna to see everybody coming off the Parkway, and that is the place where people are gaining the most speed at.
We've talked
Okay.
about freeways.
And honestly, and that's another factor for us when I have an officer up there, typically,
That's it.
I have to have them sit in someone's driveway. And if they're sitting in the driveway off the roadway in that one little gravel spot right there, right when you crest the hill. So it's not like they know an officer's gonna be there or anything like that. So there's limited places where you can actually safely conduct traffic control up there. But that's been the area we've sat the most, and that's where we put radar signs out. We put radar signs out all along Green Hill, but that's the one section that I can see there are some speeders.
We've talked about maybe a 3-way stop sign right there at Wonderland and Green Hill. So, because that's the longest straightaway
is.
period.
Yeah.
And you're right in the middle that you'd have to stop.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to slow down one way and take off another. So.
Yeah.
And that portion is outside of town.
Yes.
Right there at the intersection.
So that would be a DOT permission thing.
From a law enforcement perspective, when is there a speeding problem? On any particular street, is it a percentage of vehicles exceeding certain, I'm trying to get a handle on what a speeding problem is.
I would say it's a significant problem when they're going 10 over. But it's a problem, if the speed limit's 35, it's a problem when they're going 36. Speeding, sometimes it can be dangerous, sometimes, but if it's 10 over, I see that as a significant problem.
One car going over or 10% of the vehicles going over?
Are you talking about Okay, yeah, if you want to look at it that way, yeah, if we're having consistency where there's people going 10 miles over this posted speed limit, then that's an issue in my opinion, yeah.
We did or y'all did a traffic, or radar sign down at Boxwood the very next day after we had a complaint related to that, coming down on Main Street. And I think that the numbers revealed that it was not a problem at all.
So that's where I was getting, based on the data that you have. And on that definition, we don't have a speeding problem on Green Hill.
Yeah, it's rare to get somebody going over 10 miles an hour up there on the posted speed limit. It's it's an oddity. I mean, you're gonna see mostly people going 10 to 15 over on 321.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I mean,
No.
we have numbers that say that, but it is,
Probably have that on every
Trend.
street. So
It's probably, as far as Green Hill, the highest speeds are probably the last 200 or 300 yards getting to the bottom of the hill from Green Hill, from the Parkway.
yes.
And as they start back up, their speeds are going to decrease in most cases. That's a personal thought, the way that I drive. I know by the time I get down to the bottom, man, I'm rolling the brakes because I'm probably speeding.
We have clocked Kevin before now.
Probably.
You saw me,
Citizens arrest.
gave up. He said, hey, we can't catch that guy.
Yes, sir.
Do you have current data on ransom? I know Aaron was running some tests a number of months ago, and
I can print it off from that time frame.
yeah, I mean, have any thoughts on ransom, especially coming off 321 by Holiday Inn?
Yeah, I mean, really, so that's been, it's like what David was saying. I think they're speeding on every town, road. But that's kind of a new one, and I think that's been picked up just because of the construction going on Main Street. People are cutting down through there. The best thing I can say, because we really haven't had a real heavy presence on Ransom Street, like traffic enforcement wise, I think we could do a little pickup there and have some more radar signs out there. It's just it's questionable in the wintertime just because we never know when a snowstorm's coming or something like that, so.
Okay, thank you.
what's the best thing the council can do to help the department over the next year?
I believe we'll be talking about that on Wednesday.
Okay.
It's basically the phrase that I could say is wage warfare is what we're experiencing right now. And I'll go over the particulars later. I think Kevin's going to talk about it as well. But as far as law enforcement wise, the last time we did a pay study, I came before y'all in 21, I believe, at the retreat there. And we made some good progress, taking strides to get us back competitive with everybody. But in that amount of time, we are already outpaced again. And I think the underlying issue here is the way the state's getting ready to change basic law enforcement training. It's limiting already a smaller pool of applicants that we have. And I've got a study in here, a new study that I've updated that I'm going to share the results with you guys. And it's a deficit across the state, including the nation, with people being qualified, graduating the program. The new norm now is you hire someone that's not unsworn and you pay for them to go through the program. And that's taking a gamble because you don't know if they're going to pass. You don't know. They could go into it, successfully pass, and then a week later say, this isn't for me. We had a rookie already this past year where we paid him to go through school and then he resigned in field training. So, that's just, again, we have to take. I know Boone PD they've spent significant money doing this and it's like 50-50. So I think that is the new norm though. And wage warfare is the best way that I could describe it.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions?
Thanks, Nathan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate it.
All right, Kent. think Kent's got a handout for you, and I just
Kent.
screen grab stuff from the website.
Kent has a spreadsheet.
Spreadsheets, handouts, or something.
Take a break.
Sam's here.
Hey, Kent?
Hey. Yeah.
I don't even have to put my glasses on in a minute.
That's because Kent made
It's
it.
in Braille.
Thank you.
I can hear you.
He said he didn't need his glasses.
I know.
And I said, it's because Kent made it.
I like that.
Made it for me. With my glasses.
Like Harry does. Make it big and block.
And plenty of space for notes, for you to make notes for
Yeah.
questions.
See, that's for me.
So, am not known, as some of you are aware, for brevity, but that's what I'm shooting for this time.
Can I
That
quote?
first sheet you have on top there is just 2023 call division numbers, breakout of those, and the number of those calls and percentage of our calls for each category. That remains fairly consistent within 5 or 10 points either way in terms of medical slash rescue, which is two different things, but versus actual fire or fire alarms, or whether it be structure fires or brush fires, or dumpster fires, not just the usual kind of dumpster fire. So, the next sheet you have there for significant developments in 2023 for us, the emergency medical dispatch changes in protocol at Watauga County, and of course with Caldwell, how we respond. All of the departments in Watauga, all of the fire departments in Watauga County that provide first responder services basically went to what Boone Fire has been doing for a number of years. And that was take the Alpha and Bravo calls strictly just to the transport unit and not really have first responder services for all of those calls. Leaving the chart and Omegas, I guess, but leaving the Charlie, Delta, and Echo calls to first response and limiting it to that. In most cases, there are several, because of our, I guess, remote location relative to the ambulance bases in Watauga. There are some more situations where we respond with either first response or just customer service calls. You know, somebody needs help to the car to go to the doctor, or picked up out of the floor, or just assisting a spouse, usually something like that, that we continue, of course. But those changes are pretty significant for our call volume and the demands on our little system. So, and then the changes with the Caldwell ambulance response, we share response there, provide at least an EMT basic, most of the time another paramedic with the Caldwell unit. The operational efficiency improvements through attrition, that basically means we've lost a few mid-level people. Lost another one just just the other day, to basically they're advancing to job opportunities that are on up there in leadership. We just don't have those vacancies and opportunities for them here. We're going to let those positions go to a, we're not going to replace them. And we're going to stay with just a single captain per shift that will be operating out of Station 1 in town. And we will have, after this last adjustment, we will have one more captain that will be probably primarily at Station 3. And that can be a, backfill captain for shifts that have vacationing or sick captain that's out. So that's 2 less captain positions that we won't be backfilling those as they go. So the North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Office of State Fire Marshal have been forever the same, and they have had a division of function, and it depends upon your perspective as to how this is going to go and whether or not that should have happened. I have believed for a long time that DOI and OSFM was a fox in the hen-house situation in North Carolina. It's always been strange to me. I am 100% in favor of this split. Doesn't mean that my perspective aligns 100% with where the leadership is going with either one of those divisions right now. But I think it's needed to happen for a long time. So I hope to see some good development as far as how they treat and respond to communities like ours, where your census population doesn't necessarily translate directly to your needs and your need for support from those state agencies, because your call volume and what you're doing and what services you're providing doesn't line up with a community that has a census population of 1,200 people, whatever it is. That affects pretty much everything that we do, from our rating, surveys, and the process that they go with, and adjustments and updates to that process for inspections, for fire inspections. It is for fire and life safety education. Everything that we do is affected by our OSFM. So that's going to be interesting in the coming years to see if they actually do make improvements beyond just separating from the Department of Insurance. The capital and CapEx succession plans have been expedited by our current economic situation and the situation in suppliers. We had an opportunity to purchase an engine from Cove Creek Fire Department, right on the other side of the county, that they had ordered, and taken delivery of a brand-new truck that the leadership, the current leadership at Cove Creek Fire Department had decided that it was not quite what they needed. There had been a change in administration and leadership at that department since that truck was ordered. So they contacted us and asked if we would be interested. We have a truck, an engine, it's the exact same chassis as that engine, and it's the same manufacturer. And there are a few differences, detail differences that between that truck and the truck that we have on order. It was, we were able to acquire that engine for less than what was paid for it. It was brand new, it had not been put into service yet. And the trucks that you order now, I'm gonna go over some of the details of that in a minute, but the engine was purchased and put into service from Cove Creek, and we already were responsible for payment of the chassis on the truck that we had ordered. As we evaluated the coming years and we evaluated the situation with all of the manufacturers, the increases are coming quarterly now. And it's from the supply chain, all of the different, I won't say excuses, but all of the different reasons for that are, it seems, from every direction. And not only is the pricing continuing to escalate, the delivery gets further and further out, the estimated delivery. So we kept that truck on order, essentially, for economies of scale and for other operational efficiency as it gets into your equipment. We'll have matching 4-wheel drive engines at Station 2 and Station 3 that will be interchangeable, and obviously they come into Station 1's district on any working calls. So we kept that truck on order. We had already committed to the chassis, so we just committed to the other half of it. It's being completed now. You have no idea what they tell you for an estimate, and it's pretty impressive where the business has gone. But as we were doing the final inspection, the final pre-construction inspection of all the drawings and things at there's 2 different facilities for this fire truck company. One of them is in Bradenton, Florida, and one of them is in Appleton, Wisconsin. So we were in Florida going over the final pre-construct, and the CEO of the company was holding an all-company meeting in the room next to us, and they were doing projections, and they were doing facility projections just for there, which is where this truck is being completed. And after that meeting, he stopped by the conference room where we were meeting, and we discussed kind of the direction of things, and the increases are not slowing down from their suppliers and from the chassis suppliers, and the projection dates for delivery, completion of projects, that's not stopping either. That's continuing to climb. So 45 months is what we're told. And the increases are, I'll show you in just a minute. Anyway, while we were there, we made the decision to go ahead and get some other trucks on order. Taking delivery of these projects will be someone else in the leadership position at the fire department. This will be after I'm gone. And in thinking about that succession and how you're leaving a service for whoever takes that on, I originally had planned to let someone else make those decisions. But doing that with the situation that we're in would not be doing anyone any favors. So we made the decision to go ahead and get 2 more trucks under contract. One of them is an engine that will replace the engine, our primary engine at Station 1, which is a custom cab chassis. And the other one is a tanker that will be replacing our biggest tanker that runs out of Station 1. So on that next sheet, you can see the trucks that are being replaced is the top line of each one, the photographs of those trucks and the year of chassis and that sort of thing. And then on the next line below it, that's what we have either done already or are going to do. So the top 2, there was a chassis, that 1985 Chevrolet is giving up, and to the point where it's not really safe to drive. So
It looks awesome.
it does look cool.
Yeah.
Old. The
No, it's not.
Anchor Ritchie, a relatively local manufacturer, truck provider, had a special order chassis that someone declined when they had ordered it, and it got here and they decided that they were not going to do it. So we got a chassis and did a remount of our equipment and the brush bed. It was a utility bed, basically. So we have already made that purchase out of capital funds, and the other one was replacing what I still call 2802. Doug probably does too. It's been, the engine number's been changed several times, but what I think of when I see this truck is several situations over the years. Doug, you were on a few of them for sure, where that truck, we couldn't get it to stay in pump gear, or we couldn't get it to prime in a rural area where we were pulling water from a drop tank. It's got a couple of ghosts in it. And the other thing I think of is the hose bed, the cross lays, and trying to repack that hose bed, and R.L. Sudworth cussing about it every time we ever had fire and had to repack the hose on that. Anyway, that truck's been problematic for as long as it's been here. But that's what we replaced with the Cove Creek truck. That was just an opportunity. That was, we bought that truck for $460,000, and that was a deal, especially since we could just immediately take delivery of it, not commit that money and then 3 or 4 years later, talk about taking delivery. So the bottom two on that sheet that you're looking at are not replaced. They are in service, but that is the plan. That's what we just signed for. And if you, and that's the tanker and the custom cab engine to replace engine one. So you go to that last sheet. This is just some details, for example, of what we're having to commit to beyond at least my career. But if we don't, it'll look a lot worse and it'll be a lot longer. So they'll be limping along with the equipment that we're using now for first out. So that first one is the top line. The last time I bought a tanker of that size, now this one is a used tanker that we're replacing. It's a larger tanker, has twice the water on it that we're than the truck that we're replacing it with. But some of the things that have already changed at OSFM affect us operationally, how much water you have to have in a station for it to be a rated station, between trucks and that kind of thing. That's changed since we made this purchase, and this is a bit of an anomaly truck for our area anyway, to have that much water and to be that size. It's just the maneuverability and the agility for positioning that truck in our topographically challenged area is not really a thing. It's not how we operate. But in order to meet some of those standards for the rating system, we made that purchase for $85,000, I think, something close to that, a few years ago. It's time for it to go, and especially if delivery is this 1,170 days. That's what they put as the estimated delivery date, but they also will sit and tell you they're running currently at 45 months, and that's climbing. So this is like 3 1/4 or 3 3/4 years, but it's actually probably approaching 4 now. So the last time for a new tanker of this size and with this equipment was around $350. It was actually less than that, but that's the high end of what it would have been. And when we got to the end of the specs meeting on this tanker, it was $723,000. And they revisit those increases quarterly now. So the $94,000 number is the prepaid discount. So in order to take advantage of those prepaid discounts, we are either going to utilize the financing that's available through this broker, which is Atlantic, or we're going to refi a package, our main fire department debt package that has some room for changing the collateralization. That's we had planned to refi it before now. We're just going to have have to see whose rates and terms are more palatable for us. I would anticipate that in the next few years, we're going to need to propose a penny increase in the fire tax in the Watauga County side, in order to stay current with what we've got going out on the debt package. The engine is, the last time we paid for a custom engine that was new, it was on a CAL FIRE contract where they were buying like, was it 100, Doug?
Mhm.
They were buying like 100 of these trucks, and 3 or 4 of them, they got to the end of it and they couldn't fit into the contract. So we were able to get one of those trucks with immediate delivery because it was already built, and off of that California contract, and we paid between $400,000 and $450,000. I think it was about $430,000 for it. So we went through with this custom cab replacement specs, and it was over $1 million. So a lot has happened in the industry, and I have no idea what's going to happen between now and 4 years from now when we're talking about taking delivery on these.
But with the lock-in rate that you're getting right now,
Right,
the savings of what it's gonna be 3.5 years from now.
right. And that, you know, the economic part of it is only one element of our decision to go ahead and do that for whatever leadership is going to be in place when it happens. They would be starting, they would be behind walking in the door. So the $170,000 is the prepay discount for that. So this is just some example details of the CapEx. And I think everybody is aware of where we are personnel wise, and this is also some detailed indicators of the importance of why we negotiated with Shane and the town on those positions, and the reimbursement from the fire department back to the town being at a palatable level for this year's budget, because we have a lot of capital expenditures that are can be overwhelming. So if there's any questions,
Chief,
yes,
the rescue and emergency medical service, 372 calls.
yes,
Does that include any of the calls that Caldwell's responded to?
all of them,
Okay, that's total.
correct.
Okay.
That would be blowing up fire rescue numbers, so.
And then the last question would be, which we all are so familiar of, any news on getting a transport in our station number 1?
No,
Well, that's what I expected, but.
I anticipate that, yeah, you know, that's an election cycle crystal ball question.
Okay.
So I believe that the leadership at the county is moving toward some improvements in that whole system. And I believe that I don't think it would be necessarily in our Station 1, but I believe that there will be some plans in the relatively near future, to get some stations, some, as far as the spacing of ambulances out in the county, I would think that there would be one this way. And I don't disagree with some of the buzz that I'm hearing, but there's a lot of changes within the next 5 years that are imminent, that would kind of determine the direction that would go. I believe that there will be a change, possibly a change from a private contracted system to a county operated system, which is huge. If that's not it, then I believe that there will be a change in the ownership of the contracted service, and consequently the leadership and the direction of that service. So as that happens, either way, I think that they will continue to look to improvement opportunities, and it would be, I don't know whether it's new land acquisition and construction or another property that comes available for transforming it into a base, but I would think that it would be somewhere this direction. Aho, the Ski Mountain and the Foley Center are right there. Big call generators. And I don't disagree with that. I don't think that being all the way over at Station 1 is a critical detail. Just something over here, So I think that's on the radar for whatever organization is leading that system.
Thank you.
Kent, in looking at the costs of engines and tankers, so we've locked in a discount
For prepayment.
for prepayment.
Mhm.
And of course, the final cost continues to increase every quarter. They're reviewing it. How do we pay for these? I mean, do we pay over time? Or when it's
Yeah.
ready for delivery, do we pay the remainder? How does that work?
They're just finance packages. They're just specialized financing companies.
Okay,
One of them is, first of all, let me back up and make sure that you're clear on the we. So that's not the town of Blowing Rock.
right,
This is strictly funding from Blowing Rock Fire.
right.
So we have two debt packages right now. We've had one that's one we just completed. We have a small loan for about 75% of the engine that we bought from Cove Creek. That's an individual loan from our main debt package, which includes, the collateral for that one is a ladder truck, I think there's still an engine on there. And then the building at Station 3, we had an individual loan for the property at Station 3, which is done, that's paid for. And then the building at Station 2, which the Station 2 property was actually donated. So I think that's all that's on there, maybe an engine, the ladder truck, and then Station 2 and Station 3. That would be, we would refinance that or take the package that is competitive from the actual truck broker. The truck brokerage company has their own finance. Yeah. So we're deciding between those right now. And as Doug and Rob Slack, that you may have seen come in this morning, but the board, the executive committee for the fire department will make that decision. And, you know, you're getting that prepaid discount, but you're also financing it.
Right.
So, you know, doing the numbers, we have some well-seasoned, financially educated people on our board. And as they look at that and look at the long-term cost versus that prepaid discount, then there may be the decision that, you know, it's you get to the point of diminishing returns and decide not to do that. So then it becomes stages. So as the fire truck manufacturer receives the commercial chassis from the chassis company, from Freightliner, then we're responsible for that payment then, because they have to pay for the chassis. And then at different phases throughout the manufacturing, you have different payments, and then of course the final payment due at delivery. So you wouldn't receive that discount, that prepayment discount, but you also wouldn't be paying interest on your finance package,
Got it.
because that's the only way that we can prepay, is by financing. I mean, if you have detailed financial questions, I'll have to bring our president and vice president, Mike O'Connor, and Rob Slack, and Misty Watson actually works for us at the fire department. She handles so she advises on all of these decisions.
Do you have any knowledge about lead times on ambulances?
Haven't ordered an ambulance in a while, so I'm trying to remember. Dino at Caldwell just talked about this recently. I can find out.
Last I heard, it was around a year and a half.
Yeah, I would imagine that it's extended like everybody else, but it's not as much as the fire trucks. But that's a quick call to Dino and Caldwell.
Yeah. Okay.
And as always, it's, you know, what kind of ambulance do you want? I mean, you know, if you want a Sprinter van that they upfit right quick, then it's usually not a long lead time on the chassis, but the ambulance manufacturers, you know, depends on what you're doing, what you're ordering. So.
We good?
Yep.
Thank you, Chief.
Right.
Thank you.
Tell everybody
Thanks,
too,
Kent.
that picture in the middle, in case you can't see that car hanging over, was a unique call that we had. That's down at Cliff Dwellers hanging over the rock ledge.
Yeah, that made the AP. I didn't know you had that up here.
Yeah.
I
That's,
just pulled
They
things
put
off
the
your
guardrail
website.
up right after that.
yeah,
Oh, that one is an awesome picture too.
yeah, this is, I can't remember if it was Augustus or Elias. It was one of, Emily's kids shooting fireworks, started a fire out there and,
Is that him? Throw a coat on it, make him. Fire.
I saw him just recently. He's like 25 years old, 24, 25 years old. He's making great decisions. He's a good kid. That's Matt McGuire, and I have no idea who that is. This was that chiropractor that
I remember.
he was a craniosacral chiropractic specialist, and he rolled down there, and that was actually me. They called for the ladder truck for I was sitting listening to the call, and they called for a ladder truck for a wreck on 321. And I was why? So I went and got the ladder truck and took it down there and said, oh, okay, that's why. They had the car chained to the rescue truck up on the road up above that. And when I got there, I took a chainsaw with me in the bucket and cut some of these limbs and trees out of the way. And then Matt was inside the car putting a harness on that guy, the chiropractor guy. I don't remember his name. He was really nice. And brought him up. We hooked him to the bucket with the harness, and he came up out of the side of the car and stepped onto the bucket, and I put him down on 321.
Gosh.
That was funny. It's not that high, but it made the AP, and it made it look like it was.
That would have hurt if you rolled over the highway.
It would have hurt. Yeah, it was high enough.
Might have landed on his wheels.
And that's firefighter Fred at Tweetsy Railroad.
Chief, thanks for everything.
All right, absolutely.
Thanks, Ken.
Guys want to take a quick break? Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Okay.
So essentially, we as Parks and Recreation have offered longstanding programs and festivals. We've added new programs. Our participation in our programs and festivals have seemed like increased. It's really hard to get numbers with our festivals, but I don't think there's a lack of people attending at all. So we have also continued to work on improving our facilities. We've added new restrooms. We are in the process of renovating the old restrooms in the park. That's coming along fairly well. We have refurbished the Marsite coating in the pool this past year. We have renovated the clubhouse to convert to a childcare facility, which we'll go into further detail later on. And then we still have needs remaining for renovations, which a big one is the Memorial Park Part F grant and figuring all of that out. So in 2023, we had a kinder basketball program that took place in February. We have kinder t-ball that takes place in May. Kinder soccer is in September, and those are offered to 3 to 5 year olds. We then have an after-school program that we started right after COVID. I had the principal of Blowing Rock School contact us and say, before you say no, please hear me out. They have so many kids that were on a waiting list that there were some children that were leaving school at 1 o'clock in the afternoon because the parents either picked them up at 1 or at 5:30. So we started an after-school program, and currently we have 32 children registered for after school every day. We have our summer camp program that lasts 8 weeks in the summer that runs typically from June to August. Last year, we started a program called the Golden Age Games. We are going to offer it again this year for really anyone who wants to come. It will be Wednesday morning starting February and March. It'll be open from 9 to noon. If you want to stay later, you can. But we've had a group of bridge people come and play bridge. We have done bingo. We're going to do like chair yoga, maybe some line dancing lessons. So we're kind of trying to offer stuff for people to do in the winter months when the weather is like this outside. Last year, we continued to offer swim lessons, and then we added water aerobics. We had some ladies asking if we could do water aerobics, so we added that last year, and the pool is open Memorial Day to Labor Day, but we typically offer the lessons in the water aerobics June to August. And then our festivals, we offer an Easter egg hunt, which is always the weekend before Easter. We have our 4th of July festival and parade in July, which is the closest Saturday to July 4th. We have our Halloween festival the last weekend in October. And then we have our Christmas in the park and lighting up the town and parade the weekend of Thanksgiving. So one thing I do want to bring up and mention is we have a company who does all of our Christmas decorations. They provide everything. They provide wreaths, bows, all the lights on the light poles. They do all the decorations. Everything is run through them. This year is the first year that I had somebody call and say, those wreaths and bows look awful small. And so I did get pricing to increase the size of the wreaths and the bows. If that's something y'all are interested in, I don't know if you've noticed or if you had people asking, but I do have prices for both of them if that's something y'all want to consider when we do budget. We currently use a 30-inch wreath on the pole, and that price is, to do that, they do town hall, they light the big tree, they light all the trees in Memorial Park, and the gazebo. That cost is $45,293.60 is what we currently do. If we want to increase the wreath size to 36 inches, then that price goes to $49,350.85. So that's just something to think about, consider.
What was it again?
Oh, the last price, it is $49,350.85. And this past year, we spent $47,536, if that gives you kind of a price comparison. So,
Jennifer, do they do the lighting on the poles on 321?
yes, ma'am,
They do all that?
they do all of that. Which is, I've had people say, can we leave that up all year round? I'm like, I don't think so. But that's up to y'all too.
So, just for clarification, town staff doesn't hang any except the park stuff now?
So they do everything. We have done one tree in the park, but we've already decided they're gonna need to do that tree in Memorial Park next year because it has grown so tall and we just don't have the equipment to be able to light it.
So town staff isn't doing any of the outdoor, okay.
The only thing that town staff does is the Friday morning, we have to come in and we have to plug everything in because they're on dawn to dusk, so we have to plug it all in that morning.
And can you just for comparison's sake, give us an idea of how long it took when town staff was doing that?
So when town staff had to do all of this, we literally had to start November 1st. And it would take us from that point to basically Thanksgiving to get everything decorated. Because, and it wasn't, I mean, there's just 4 of us in our department. So we utilized landscape, we utilized public works at times, fire department would come help. So, I mean, it wasn't just my department, it was several. Yes.
Thank you.
What size were the smaller wreaths? You say 18?
30.
30.
30.
30 inch,
The big ones are out.
36.
It's your baby.
They're baby wreaths.
We'll get an academy update later.
Yes. Which is taking up a lot of time. There's a lot on that one.
Same phone call.
Craig Hunt was
Phone call.
April last year, this year.
I got it from
last
in the Teresa.
last Saturday, March.
I got it from.
Yes. We always do the Easter egg hunt the weekend before Easter.
Okay, so it's actually a week ahead of that.
Ahead, yes.
So it'd be like the 23rd.
Yes.
So you say.
Nobody, are we to the questions portion? Sure. In terms of deferred maintenance in Parks and Rec, what are our top 3 biggest, what are your top 3 biggest concerns? Or 5, whatever.
Obviously, one of the top one I would say is our finishing Memorial Park, with the Part F grant and getting the tennis courts renovated. The surfacing on the tennis courts was installed within the first year that I started here, and that will be 20 years ago in April. So when we talked to the company who installed the surfacing, he said that the max life of that surface is like 10 years. Like, he could not believe how good it was still, but he was like, "Yeah, I can't believe you still have this down." So, I mean, really finishing Memorial Park is a huge need. I would say 2 would be Devant Field restrooms are in a dire need of renovation or tear down and reconstruct, whatever is.
You know what that'll cost?
Another million?
Another million. It might be cheaper to tear down and just put in something, I don't know. But, and then I would also say Annie Cannon / Glen Burnie Trail. A huge need there is restrooms. We rent a porta-john just to be able to offer a place for people to use the bathroom down there currently. We just keep it year round. So I think improving the trailhead, using Annie Cannon as a trailhead and putting restrooms down there for hikers and visitors is a huge need down there as well.
Sounds reasonable.
There's a theme, it's called restrooms. Everybody needs one.
Parking and restroom,
Parking your restroom.
parking and restroom.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for everything.
All right, Matt Blackburn.
Right, y'all ready to take another break?
Been following me. Good morning, how are y'all?
Morning.
Good.
You got a clicker?
Yep. So the next is just that
Yes.
summarize and then your 3 slides.
Gotcha, perfect. Okay, so Public Works updates. So a lot of the updates for our department come through McGill, so a lot of that'll be tomorrow when they kind of present some of that stuff. So for the sake of redundancy, we'll just let them take the lead on that. This is just a couple quick things. 2023 water leak summary. We had 27 leaks that we recorded. We had some smaller ones that we didn't record down or log. But came in at about 3.2 million gallons lost. So that's just over 1 tank full. Toby just sent the numbers to Tosh. I think his raw water treated this last year was 148 million gallons or 142 million gallons. So that's a pretty big chunk of it. Roughly about 38,000 in material and labor to repair those. Repair bands, fittings, couplings, whatever it may be. That number's probably low. The material cost seems to go up about 15 to 20% every quarter. Since COVID, they're still going up. So that was based on my last price sheet that I had from Core and Main. There's kind of a breakdown of what we recorded. You see kind of from March to October, we had a pretty big break. Mark and I were talking about that. You know, the summer was pretty quiet for us. We had some small things, some service lines break, but pretty insignificant compared to what we recorded. See Main Street's on there several times. Like we said before that project started, that was our main problem area, which tends to be true here. The ones kind of in November through December, I think a lot of those were probably in conjunction with Sam working, hammering rock and moving along and laying the new line. I'm sure vibrated ground enough to cause some leaks along the way. So kind of expected that when they started. So it nothing abnormal. There was the RIN meters in Chatola. We had 3, I think, on those where couplings had broke. That's a big bank of meters. I think there's 14 meters in that set. So we're looking at this year putting a gang box in there and kind of consolidating all those meters into one box and replumbing all of that. That for whatever reason seemed to be a problem area for us this past year. So we'd like to get that taken care of. The rest of them are kind of hodgepodge, just kind of all over the place. Whether it was just bedded on a rock and don't really know what caused them, but 3.1 million lost, and you see the total for the repairs there.
Why 615 Valley View? That was a pretty hefty, over $1,000.
So that one, which is funny, the bigger lines, if it's a break around the circumference of the pipe, typically we can fix that with a repair band.
Okay.
And it's, a couple $100 and you're done. The service laterals, they may be smaller lines, but they typically take a lot of brass to fix, a lot of couplings to fix. And so that drives the cost up in a hurry. So, and that's a pretty common theme. The bigger lines are probably going to be a cheaper repair. Some of the smaller lines end up costing more just with the material you have to put in the ground to get them back in. We had a 2-inch, let's see, I forget where it was now. I looked at it the other day. There was a 2-inch on Main Street that was pretty expensive compared to those. We had to replace a valve. Some of the bigger lines, like the $4,000 one there on Main Street, if we have to replace a valve or put in a solid sleeve with mega lugs or anything like that, it drives the cost up substantially. If it's a repair band, it's pretty straightforward, but it can get expensive quick.
Especially on those old galvanized lines.
Pardon?
Especially on those old
Oh, yeah.
galvanized lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
is a Ren meter just a brand name?
No, Wren is the building in Chatola.
Oh,
Yeah, the
Okay.
Wren meters,
bird.
the bird buildings. That's it.
Okay, got it.
And that seems to be a frequent flyer for us.
I don't see any ductile breaks.
No ductile. It's all cast or galvanized or PVC, and the PVC, when it breaks, it tends most of the time to split, kind of a 20-foot joint. It's gonna run until it hits a coupling or a repair band or something that'll stop that split. So a lot of those, if it's PVC that bust on us or a larger PVC line, we're normally replacing 20, 25 feet of that line anyway. So that'll get expensive as well.
It's most of the PVC in Chatola.
The vast majority. Country clubs, PVC. I think there's a section or two maybe PVC, but there's really Chatola's the vast majority of it. And it's old thin wall PVC, so when it breaks, it does it right. All right, so next are the AMI water meters. As y'all know, we started that project back this summer. So we had a little over 2,300 meters to be installed. Right now, they're just over 85% complete with that. They've just got over 2,000 of those installed right now. Current read rate of 88%. So we were projected in the upper 90s on our read rate with 4 collectors. Right now, we only have 3 collectors up, and we're still getting 88% of our meters reporting daily. We think as the project completes and gets closer, that number will go up. Like I said, the 3 collectors we have up, we have one up at Green Hill on one of the poles up there at the tank. We have one in Memorial Park, which is that one right there. You can see the 2 small antennas at the top come down at the collector box at the bottom. All 3 of them are the same. And we have one at the fire station, Station 1. We also have a 4th one that has not been put up yet. We didn't really know where that was going to go. We're kind of waiting until the project's a little closer to completion and see if we have a big gap somewhere where we might be able to put that collector up and get the rest of those meters reporting to it. We didn't want to put it up and to collect 3 meters. We kind of want to see where that hole was if we had one. We think that putting the external antennas on some of the meters, the ones that aren't reading right now, we believe some of them may be weather related, but some of them are in deeper pits, cast iron lids. So we think we can put some external antennas on those, drill a hole in the lids, put an antenna on it, and get those reading now. Best case scenario, we won't need that 4th collector, which those are about, I think, $15,000 to $16,000 a piece. So Cam Struck from Fort Line said if we decide we don't need that one, we can return that to them for a credit. We can use that to get more meters or just get that money back on the project either way. Worst case, we need it and we'll put it up once we can figure out the location. Don't really know. They're hoping the antennas will kind of backhaul most of those meters and get them reading the way we need them to. We're also, I don't know if any of y'all have looked or heard, but we're also installing meter blankets. We're calling them meter blankets in all the meter boxes. So it's basically just a concrete blanket, an insulated blanket they put over concrete when they pour it in cold weather. We're cutting those down to about, I should have brought one with me and I forgot, probably about 4 foot by 4 foot, stapling those together and sticking them in the box. We talked to the town of Boone last winter, and that was something they started doing. And cold snap at Christmas last year, they had, I think the vast majority of their meters insulated and did not have, I think maybe 2 freeze and bust on them. So pretty good litmus test for those. Seemed to work well. They put thermometers in a couple of them that had it during that cold snap, and I don't think the temperature dropped below 50 degrees on the meter. So we've got enough to do the whole town. I think we're probably 90% done with getting those in the boxes. I think Mayview's the last place we have, and we're kind of waiting on the rest of the installs to be done, which could be completed in the next 6 weeks. With the weather coming in, most of those guys doing the installs are from the coast, so they don't like the weather up here. So after Christmas, when the cold came, they had a couple projects they were trying to wrap up, and I told them that'd be fine to go finish those, kind of wait for the weather to break here a little bit. Thinking in the next 6 weeks, they should be done with the installation. We'll obviously have a punch list to do. There's some meters that that we need to go back and fix, that maybe are in yokes that they don't want to change, that we need to dig up and repair. So we'll have that punch list to kind of tidy things up, but we're thinking we'll be completely done by the project by hopefully early spring, mid to early spring. We'll be completely done and on our own running with it. So, so far it's been great. I know Michelle has, weekly, she'll print off leak reports for us that we can take to the customer and say, hey, you've been flagged as having a leak. Here's your printout. Most of them have no idea. And, the vast majority of them have been told it's leaking. And so we'll give them the printout. They'll take a look and say, thank you, and fix the problem and go on. So it's been really nice being able to have that data to say, hey, you have a problem and this is what we think it is. And then they can verify it. So it's been what we have on the ground and what we've read off of. It's been amazing so far. So it looks like it's going to be a great project once it's complete.
Have you been able yet to compare like this year to last year now that you've got the majority of them in to see the savings?
Yeah, I'd want to get with Michelle. I know Michelle's been really busy with some stuff, so I've kind of hadn't pressed her on that, but that is something we're going to look at in the next couple of weeks, get her to print out kind of what we were billing last year versus this year and see what we've got. It'll be great too, because we, with the accuracy of these meters picking up those leaks, we'll have a much better idea too of our unaccounted water and where we're losing it. That's all I got.
Go back one. Any questions?
Yes, the customer access, when will that be implemented totally?
Hopefully, once we kind of get, they call it the cleanup. So when we get everything off our punch list, they'll start getting that set up where we can get the portal opened up. During the installation process, they really didn't want to push that too hard just until we're complete and we're ready and everybody in our office is trained on it.
Spring.
Hopefully that'll coincide with the completion of the project.
Good.
This diagram here on the right is a map of our water system. If y'all had- Yeah,
Oh, boy.
it's a little confusing.
Do you leave the blankets in all year?
We will. And we're gonna try to, we've noticed, some homeowners like to cut their water on and off as they go. We found a couple of blankets outside of the box last couple of weeks. So we're gonna try to get something out in the next, push it out on social media and hopefully with the next billing and the bills, telling them what it is and, if they need to move it, that's fine, but please put it back kind of how they found it.
Space
So-
blanket.
I put all mine
They seem to
back.
be working great. This last couple
I put all mine back like that office.
2 or 3, so they seem to be working great.
Y'all ever seen them?
No.
You ought to see them putting them together over at the shop. It's like a little sewing class. They cut them blankets, they put them all together.
I may have one in my truck. If I do, next break, I'll bring them.
I got some pants I need him. Can I-
We stapled.
David, I see you. Don't even say it. I know you're going there.
I'm gonna get Matt to put a rubber snake under your blanket.
Well, the thing about it,
One of those
the
shop too.
blankets are about his size.
They're,
It's awesome.
Okay.
Good.
Good deal.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You ready, Thomas? All right, you ready to cook?
Use on concrete.
They use them.
I thought I was gonna say that was a tie a thing on a dog and let him run around and see what.
I know we'll keep
You want
that
this
today.
one?
We don't have-
You drive with it.
Wait for that. I can keep up.
All right, how are y'all
Mr.
doing?
Steele, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
This should be short and sweet. Quick update on the rollout of public Wi-Fi. So on this map, everywhere in green is already lit up, ready to go. That's all the park, pool area, parts of Main Street, down at the school, their ball field and playground. We've also covered that for them. Everything in blue, which would be all of Main Street and Sunset, or most of Main Street and Sunset, it's wired up and ready to go. We're just waiting for Blue Ridge Energy to do a little configuring on the poles for electricity. Right now, Those poles are set to turn on every night, and turn off every morning, so we would only have Wi-Fi at night when no one's out there, and it would cut off in the morning. So we're waiting on,
Now I know what my problem is.
we're waiting on them to rewire those so that we can have constant 24-hour power on those. But they're wired up and ready to go. So as soon as they do that, pretty much all of Main Street and Sunset down to the school will be good to go. The orange, which is Brew Hill Park and the ball field, we're waiting on some hardware that's been back ordered for a long time. And that's just a waiting game. There's not much we can do about that. We're hoping by spring that hardware will be delivered and we'll have those up and running for summer activities and events. But that's just a quick update on where all that stands. Any questions on that part?
The green, is that essentially how far out the Wi-Fi will go?
It's a rough estimate.
Is it?
It's, these outdoor units are pretty robust. And so we've got one on the back of this back deck, and it can just barely pick up the one that's on the 1888 museum.
Oh, really?
They can see each other. Now, it's not strong, but they'll shoot pretty far. So, yeah. Quick clarification on this public Wi-Fi. People need to temper their expectations a little bit. This is not Wi-Fi for people to be out there streaming Netflix all day. This
Oh, well,
is
Doug.
to be able to get some text through, pull up some websites. You can watch video, but this, it's a public Wi-Fi. We are going to have to limit the speeds a little bit. But we're going to do the best we can, and we have plans to add a second connection to the town through SkyBest to add even more bandwidth once all this is up and running. So, but yeah, just an understanding, it's a public Wi-Fi. It's not going to be as fast as what you get at home because it just can't be for that many people. But once we're completely rolled out, I think it'll be very nice, especially with the cell signal still being a struggle around here.
About how many people at any given moment can be on?
Each unit can support hundreds of clients.
Okay.
So even during the parade we just recently had, we were running our music for the parade off of Wi-Fi, and there were well over 1,000 people down there. So not everyone was connected, but we still didn't have any issues. So it should be pretty solid.
You don't see a problem though, once everybody starts trying to use it because we can't get any cell service of having to go to Wi-Fi?
No, I mean, it would take, on one of those parade days, it would take every single person to be connected. And even then, they'll be spread out, they'll be on separate units. They won't be all on one unit. So we'll have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just down Main Street alone to spread out that signal and spread out how many people are on each one.
Great.
So, maybe you can answer this, Thomas, or is this going to be compatible with a paid parking scenario where we have kiosk?
Yes, if you have paid parking in these areas, or Main Street, down Sunset, and you have kiosks. Now, the kiosks, if you go that route and this happens, they should be wired up. They shouldn't have to rely on Wi-Fi, but that's something we'll have to see if that happens. But in terms of people doing an app pay, yes, that would help if there's no cell signal.
And if we were to need that same type of coverage at the parking decks?
We have the capability to do that. Because this building and Edgewood Cottage are wired up, and we can just come off of those to the parking deck next to them, both of them.
So are these transponders?
What do you mean?
Are these just relaying from one to another? Or are they individual
Each one,
transmitters?
yeah, each one has a direct signal going to it that it is. They're not repeating.
Repeaters is
Yes.
what I think the word I was looking for.
That is how some of it used to work, and then when we got the budget last year to expand, we replaced that setup with direct connections to each one,
Okay,
which makes it much stronger.
So
Right.
it's wired to the module. That's not the right word.
Yeah.
It's wired to it and then it sends the signal.
Each one has a direct connection, yes.
thank you.
Oh, good.
Next, final slide. 2024 plans, continue working on this Wi-Fi as we get the hardware and electricity fixed. We've got some hardware and software upgrades to do. Town Hall's got numerous computers that need to be replaced by next October, not this October. But we're gonna go ahead and start working on getting some of those changed out. I've got new finance software in there. I'll let Tasha mention that if she wants to. It's not a guarantee. Like I said, she can talk about that if she wants, but that is a major thing that will be coming up at some point in the future, that I'm gonna be heavily involved with. And our server is getting to a point where it needs to be updated. Security, cyber and physical, that's just something we're always working on. There's new stuff that you have to implement pretty much every year. And we've got some plans for this year. I'm not really gonna go into detail on what those are. Don't wanna broadcast that, but we are definitely continuing to always work on security for our network in the town. Part of that is employee training. So our cybersecurity insurance is getting to a point where they require specific cyber training from any employee that is on our network, any employee that's logging in to an email address or something of that sort. So that is going to be something we definitely focus on this year. There is a grant through the state that we're applying for to hopefully pay for that. We won't know for a few months if that comes through or not. But if not, I've already got my budget worked out for this coming year to where we'll be able to cover that training. That is a specific training. It has to be a specific course that our insurance approves, but
And
something
hopefully,
we're gonna have to do.
you and I have talked about this, hopefully risk management we've talked about, we're hoping to roll out one that will be free either later this fall or the first of the next year.
Yes. Yep. And yeah, so we'll see how that goes, but that's going to happen this year. They're not gonna like it, but it has to happen. Department projects, there's just always something on. There's a big project with the police department coming up next week. I've already got stuff planned for water plant, wastewater plant, public works, parks and rec, possibly the council chambers. There's numerous projects coming up. Then Explorer website upgrades. It's getting to the point. It's been maybe about 10 years now.
It's time.
And we're hitting some limitations on this platform. And honestly, this platform is more costly than it needs to be. It's coming up. So I have no timetable on that, but it is coming up where that's gonna be completely overhauled. Any questions on any of this?
You mentioned the new finance software and the website upgrades. I don't know which that would play into, but when you make payments online with like the credit cards and stuff and there's the cap, will that play into those upgrades?
So that, I believe, will technically be part of the software upgrade.
Okay.
How the payments are handled. And then part of a new website will be a payment portal that just centralizes everywhere
everything.
to make payments, yeah, and simplify that for residents for sure.
Thomas,
Yes,
we've talked about the website
yes.
for a couple of years now. What are the primary hurdles there? Is it?
So, on the backside, where Kristen and Hillary do most of the posting and changes, Taylor does some. It is a nightmare to work with, and if there's any major changes beyond just basic text that we want to do, we can't. We're restricted from changing anything at all other than text on a site. So it's just not a very good system. And
So-
the cost for it is not worth what this system is. We can do it better or less, honestly.
So can you give us an example, just so we can kind of
Of
idea of something that we can't change that you might want to?
We can't change anything about the layout or design, the menus, the navigation. I was talking about a payment portal. We can't do
Create
anything
that.
like that. Yeah, the only thing we can do is change the text that is on the pages already made. Because that's just how this system is from 10 years ago. And we are restricted from doing anything because this third party runs the whole thing.
And they don't have any upgrades, they don't have,
No,
uh,
no. And in fact, they reached
next.
out to us recently about their platform is going to stay exactly the same. They just want to redesign it, and they want to charge us $30,000 for that, which is outrageous.
To redesign our website.
It's not functional as it is.
We're better off,
What we got?
as far as information, putting it out on Facebook. I mean, just from getting something out quickly that we can manipulate. The website is antiquated. It's time for a change, no doubt.
Have we looked at any pricing for other programs?
We have, most of what we looked at is about half of what we're paying now for something more modern and more flexible that we can do more with.
Would it have better compatibility with mobile?
Yes, yep, yep. This platform was built before mobile was really a huge thing. So it supports mobile, but it's not very strong at it. And the ones that we are looking at now would be much, it'd just be a lot better.
You're gonna make that request in the upcoming budget?
Well, we'll just have to see, the build cost is gonna be the biggest thing. Beyond that, the budget cost of the website will actually go down a little bit.
I was going to ask,
Yeah.
does that cost constitute transferring our current information, or is that going to
It
be a
really
separate
just-
cost for us?
Yeah, it just depends on who we go with and whether or not we handle that ourselves. That's gonna be the big, but $30,000 is.
That's astronomical.
It will not be anything like
No.
that.
And the build cost and the hosting will fit inside of your budget for
Yeah.
just the hosting now.
It honestly should, yes.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
I just want to brag on Thomas. You know, you make a 911 call and you're going to get response. But the things that we call about most, Thomas, come fix this, come fix it. It's stuff all the time, constantly.
I was going to say, having an IT person on hand, I mean, that has got to be amazing. We make calls at Hunger Co. and we have to wait 3 days for somebody to show up.
It's fantastic to have him here.
Yeah.
Or if he's not here, he'll be here. And reliable and a problem solver, you know. He does a great job. And I brag on all my staff, but I just wanted to point that out because there's stuff that I couldn't set all this stuff up.
Yeah, you lay the cat out.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
Oh,
Have him. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
thanks, Thomas.
Thomas.
Thanks, Thomas.
Look at Ed.
Fascinating.
I was gonna say, I think that's one of the best departments we ever,
Created.
yeah, I mean, Thomas makes it extra special, but yeah, I can imagine.
Yes, Tasha,
With
come on down.
with Zurich.
Albert and I keep him busy.
We got to
You
have,
sure do.
Hey, you start,
have extra,
start contracting him out.
Yeah.
he's not fixing his phone.
I do.
Weren't charging.
Albert, though, I pay him.
So maybe we're still where we were.
Good morning, Tasha.
Good morning, council.
You want your clicker?
You can, I'll let you do it.
All right. Now look, I'll even use the laser if I need to.
Good morning, how is everyone?
Good morning.
Good.
Just want to start off with a little fun. How about that this morning? So a friend of mine recently went to see an oral surgeon. And he was like, well, I prescribed this minor surgery. Would you like to do that immediately? We can get that done for you today. My friend says, well, I don't know. How's this going to affect my hobby? And the oral surgeon, well, why? What's your hobby? Saving money. So we are going to be going over our mid-year financial review. Pulled these numbers middle of January, so we are a little bit further along now from this time period. Starting off, we are looking at our general fund revenues and the breakdown of how we arrive at this. So budgeted, our property taxes is the largest piece of the pie at 46% of our overall budget. Sales tax, 22%. Occupancy tax, 15%, and then all other revenues, 17% of our overall budget. We are very diversified in this town. Our tourism really creates diversity in our general fund revenues. Occupancy tax, sales tax, all driven by tourism. These are good problems to have. We are very fortunate in this town. Okay, next. So looking at that largest piece of the pie, the property tax collections at mid-year this year, we have collected $6,163,600, which is 95% collected of our total budget. Now, we do know that property taxes are due as of January 5th, so we do expect and hope to collect a majority of that by that day. So we are looking very good on that. Some questions you may have. The tax values did increase only 0.25% on average. But our tax base overall, the assessment did roughly increase $7.2 million. So if you're looking at the previous year's number, you can tell that is attributing to some of that. So our budget was larger this year and the tax base was a little bit larger. Okay, and we will go next to sales tax revenue. So here we are. Collections are slightly down from the previous fiscal year. I will let you know that the state distributes the sales tax revenues 2 months in arrears. So we received November sales tax this month in January. So we're slightly 1% below last year. We're seeing a little bit of a slowdown that everyone across the state is seeing. We expected this year. But we're still doing very well, holding strong. With those November collections in, we have collected 40% of our budget. So at the midway point, this is pretty good. And we still have December and January to collect. And moving on to occupancy tax.
You'll hear from Tracy Brown a little bit later. We are having a record year with our occupancy tax collections. It's a good problem to have. December occupancy tax was due on January 20th, so this total does not reflect December's numbers. We have collected 52% of the budgeted amount at the mid-year point. I know that, from what I understand, the projections that they had at budget were slightly lower. They were anticipating less growth this year. So we're looking good on those revenues, running strong at 52% of the budget already before we even have December in. So this is a good thing. And then we have all other operating revenues. If you look at this, 495,800. That's all other operating revenues, less occupancy tax, sales tax, property tax. So we have all types of other income that comes in, and that's what this equates. We're seeing a slight uptick here, mostly due to interest on investments. So as we know, interest rates are up. And so the money that we do have out there invested and things, we are receiving quite a good upturn on those that we did not budget for.
Tasha, is that 2020 instead of 2021?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
I see that. I apologize for that. Okay, and
Considerable increase.
overall operating revenues, we have a 15% increase over last year. From an overall picture of our revenues. But we did also increase our budget, so this is good. We've increased the budget. We need to increase the revenues to account for that. So our overall operating revenues mid-year is the $9,042,000. Okay, and then we're gonna move on to expenditures, because if we have the money coming in, it's gonna be going out, right? So our overall operating expenditures for the general fund, we do have an increase over last year. This was budgeted and expected. It's about 20% from the previous year. But we are right on track with our budget at the mid-year point. We have expended 50% of our budget, which is where we want to be, halfway through. So we are in line with that budgeted amount. This number can be a little bit skewed because we do have some purchase orders that have already encumbered funds through the rest of the year as well. So those numbers are included in this. For our 321 landscaping, we'll do like a blanket PO that holds those funds so that those are not expended.
Now, does that include water, sewer?
No,
It does not.
no, it does not. This is all general fund revenues only. We will get to the water sewer fund, and that is next. So here we go. Utility fund revenues. So water charges, 48% of that budget, sewer, 42%, and then other revenues, 10%, which this is your tap fees, late fees, impact fees, any other miscellaneous utility fees and charges that we receive as revenue. Change my slide, that would be helpful. Okay, so here we have our water sewer service fees at the mid-year point. So this fiscal year, the mid-year, water service fees collected total $631,000 and sewer fees $521,000. So we have collected a total of 50% at the mid-year point of what we budgeted. Sewer service fees are actually at 48%. So water service fees are 50% and sewer is 48%. We do have an increase of 2% in water and sewer revenues compared to last year at this time. I believe this is implemented, or due to the implemented rate plan that was voted upon as we've increased. I believe this is year 3 of that. So the December billing was sent out the second week of January. So these numbers do not reflect that as well. We're just now getting those in and processing those. So probably by the February meeting, your monthly financials will reflect that December billing in the numbers.
Tasha, so these are mid-year, so this 23,
That's also.
did that
mid-year.
account for the billing that's coming, like it is going to, for 24, is it going to account for that too?
So from what I understand, I believe last year we were in the same situation where the December billing did not go out until
Okay,
January.
so, all right. So at least the year previous, it did not capture the December billing.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
And our rate structure plan was a 5-year plan, right?
Yes, and I do not have that in front of me. I feel like it is year 3 of that. Do you know, Kevin?
I don't. 2.5% each year.
I had that pulled up. I can get that information and get that to you, but it is working.
Yeah.
And from looking back over time, you can see that we are on a gradual increase, and that will be very helpful in taking care of some of our infrastructure at the water sewer plant.
And some of the capture will be with the new meters. It'll be more accurate. And I think Matt could tell you, I think it swings to the positive for the revenue.
Okay. And then overall revenues for the utility fund at the mid-year point, we are slightly down. It's 0.5%. So, and like I said, the December billing went out 2 weeks ago. So these numbers are not reflective of that. But it is 47% of our budget without the December billing collected. So we are holding strong on our revenues.
Next.
Then we'll have expenditures. So overall, utility fund expenditures are up 4% compared to last year at this time. However, overall expenditures are only at 41% for the mid-year point.
So we're running in the black.
Yes. Which is great with an enterprise fund, with the utility fund across the state. Recently in Chapel Hill, people are limping along. They're not self-sustaining, I guess, in their utility fund. So we are doing well, and council was very good at being proactive in initiating that rate schedule. We're seeing the benefits of that. Okay. Next, we will move to fund balance review. So at the January meeting, the auditor came, and so we are just sort of December meeting. We are just reviewing the information that we received from audit. Also, I would like to note the audit has been approved by the LGC.
Oh, good.
Very
And
good.
you should have a copy of the full audit printed there at your chairs. And it is posted on our website for the public to view as well.
Very good.
So, and we've got that FPIC response in, and that's been accepted. And we are looking forward to moving on and upward. Okay, so total fund balance increased 13% actually. We added, I don't have the number here, it was $910,030 to our general fund balance. As of June 30th, 23, which was the time of the audit, expendable unassigned fund balance for the general fund was going to be your $3,598,928. So that is unassigned in our fund balance, or 28.96% of our total general fund expenditures and transfers from the fiscal year. Though the total fund balance increased 13%, unassigned fund balance decreased 11%. So that's gonna be your stabilization by state statute. There is the 4.448 million. So, that is fund balance that is just sort of sitting there. We're not able to expend that. This amount increased largely due to receivables that were collected weeks or months after the audit. But it's a screenshot in time, the audit. So as of June 30th, we had not received those receivables, and in the state of North Carolina, you cannot account for those unless you have them. And so we did not. So this number, the 28.96, after we receive some of those receivables, that's gonna bring that back up, where I think we'll be more even with last year. And also, we did have a total increase in our total budget, so that's gonna affect your percentages too. Okay?
Good.
Any questions on any of that?
No, I know, you remember, we used to keep around 50% in the general fund balance, and I noticed that we really dropped that lately.
Well, you gotta keep in mind too, our budget's increased. When that increases, that decreases your percent, even though the dollar amount might be the same, okay?
Not that much.
I don't know. Has fund balance dropped that much? It really hasn't, has it?
No, and overall,
Not
we
to the
have
life.
increased. We do have a lot of projects going on. So some of that 4 million is some disbursements that need to be requested or should have been requested in July and August on some of these projects that we have loans out there for. And so once we get that money flowing back in, that number is gonna go down, and that'll pull it over to the unassigned.
Anything else on fund balance? Next is
gonna be the debt service review here. Okay, so total general fund debt over the next 10 years. So as you can see, over the next 10 years, we're projecting out to 32, 33. Our debt is slightly going down over time. And just for an estimate, whenever you're looking at this, because these are large numbers, a $1 million loan over 10 years, say for like the park project, is around $125,000 annually in debt payments, if you're looking from a payment point of view. And we'll get into some of this a little bit more in the next few slides. And this one is gonna break out the actual debt payments. So these payment amounts do include interest and principal for all of our debt. It's not broken out, I just did an estimate with the whole total. Brom was paid off this year. So that is around 90,000 of that 1.8 million in our debt service payments that will be coming off. Fire Station 1 is to be paid off in 25-26, and that is around 250,000 a year. So as you can see, we're slowly coming down the line there in 25-26. The Buxton property will also come off in 25-26, and that is 200,000 a year in a payment. The Public Works building is going to come off in 29-30. So you can see we start getting more, we get rid of those larger loans in order to come down to 29-30, and the Public Works facility will be paid off. And that's around 100,000 a year in a debt service payment.
So right here,
Yes.
these two.
So in the next 10 years, we are gradually coming down. We're getting things paid off. We actually paid off the 1920 capital loan just last month, so it's always good to get rid of one. Okay, and then moving on to the next slide, we're gonna look at a picture of our water and sewer debt over the next 10 years. So no large debt payoffs in the water and sewer debt until the Public Works facility in 2930. And then our interconnect loan will come off in 31. So we'll just be having steady payments each year until we can gradually pay those off. And then, of course, the 23-24 amount paid there also includes the 1.2 million for the AMI infrastructure. Which that first payment is coming due March 1st. Okay, so here we are with our water and sewer annual debt payments over the next 10 years. And as you can see, we don't see a huge decrease in our payments until we can get that Public Works building paid off in 2930. Those payments are roughly $35,000 a year. And then the interconnect loan in 2031, and those are almost $40,000 a year, 37, I think.
What's the jump, is that the meters from 24 to 24, 25?
Yes. The AMI, the 1.2 million. And I believe that's all I have. Do you have any other questions?
And what is the interconnect?
So the interconnect, I'm sure Matt can tell you a lot more about that than me from a financial standpoint, but I can tell you it is, the interconnect is where we connect with Boone.
Okay.
And it's out on 321.
Yes.
Right
It was
outside.
established after the drought in the early 2000s. Doug, what was the date on that? 06 or something? And
Ours, do you get to the service station there at Carlson Tweedy?
is that
We
where,
paid the bulk all
is that where we are essentially in?
We paid the bulk of the money.
the way. Yep.
We can send water both ways.
12-inch line.
It's essentially forced by the state after a scary drought situation where we could connect to Boone, not necessarily for them to supply us, but Boone is connected to Appalachian State, and they have the most superfluous water supply around. So that we could, in an emergency, buy treated water from Boone that was actually Boone, from Boone, through Boone, from Appalachian.
Third party water.
I knew someone else was.
And that's right there where the Appalachian sign is that everybody takes their picture. The three connect right there.
I just make sure our payments are. Just keep it
No
on
good?
that side of it. I will say, in the finance department, we are fully staffed as of the middle of January. We have not been fully staffed since the middle of September. So we are moving right along and just glad to have our staff and be able to get things moving again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you, Tasha.
Good job. Kevin Rothrock.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick summary on,
Great job, kid.
thanks. About the prospect of going into another bond. Paving that we didn't cover in the initial bond in 14, or that we didn't get completed. We town paved 27 miles of roads. We've got 32. And we've got some water and sewer, some line replacements that are not part of what we're doing now, that were not picked up in the initial bond. So if there's trying to get some numbers from Doug, and some of this will come, we'll reveal this more tomorrow when we talk with McGill and they do their presentation. But and we can bring this back up and talk more specifics, but if we're gonna look at a bond, the state has some statutes on how you do that, and when you announce it, when is the most appropriate time to have a bond referendum. So if it's something that the town wanted to look at, the end of this year, November, December would be when the town needs to declare we're gonna open up the opportunity to vote for another bond. And then it would be on the ballot for 2025, when there's a heavy concentration of voters for that election. But you do have to give some warning on the front end and meet those statutory requirements. And so I don't really have any numbers right now, but we can pick on that tomorrow. So if we want to explore that option from water and sewer, there's a lot of replacements that we still need to do. Some of these galvanized lines, and Matt can give details on those areas that we need to focus on.
So we would look at a water sewer bond and then separately, of course, a paving bond like was done before.
Right. I don't remember the total number. Now I can find that. We had 4 bonds and each one was broken out. I think it was 13 to 14 million overall. But so Matt, you said we didn't do any paving, like no street paving the past 2 years.
I think that's right. Yeah, I don't think we did any 2 years ago.
Okay. And part of the initial bond for paving was ditch line repair as well, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. So that's an option as we want to go forward to spread those costs over time. And I give you more details on that. I just want to hit that real briefly. But so the optimal year would be 2025 when you're on your next municipal election.
Well, you know Ray Pickett, we need to lobby him for some money.
Don't know who that is, so sorry. I was gonna say, have we checked with the state though to see if there is any more water and sewer funds available through them? That would be, I would definitely have that conversation.
Yes, that is on the schedule to do so.
Supposedly there's some.
Yeah, I think there is still some left.
Here's that too. So that's it. That's the slide I have. That's all I've got. I got a few notes, but we'll hang some more information on this subject as we go through tomorrow.
All right. Break for lunch?
That'd be fine. That's the way we have it scheduled.
Okay.
Brian will come up with planning inspections information next.
Okay.
All right, with you guys.
Council, let's reconvene at 1. Is that right?
All right.
It'll be about
Is everybody ready to roll on? We got to keep us awake, Brad.
Keep you awake. I don't know if I can do that, but I'm here. I'm gonna go through kind of slide by slide. First few things I've got is just an overview of activity within our department last year. We've been busy, absolutely. That's our mission statement there, but that's what we continue to strive for. Just to kind of give an overview of where our year was last year. Single-family construction was very strong. Only had 10 homes, but if you look at our values, it's pretty substantial over the last few years that we've compared them to. $18 million was our total value with new homes and renovation costs. I'm gonna skip down to this, excuse me. Skip down to this here. This was our total cost of all construction last year, renovation and construction. And you can kind of see the trend where we went here. 21 was obviously coming out of probably a high year, and I think continuing into 22 is kind of a high year too. Those few years, we did have a couple high-value projects, which constricted those a little bit, made them a little bit higher. But I think this number here is back on track, pre-2020, or maybe a little bit more. What I want to compare this cost here was back to 23 million.
Those numbers at the time of permitting, when the permit's issued?
Yeah. Yes. But just looking at this value here compared to that 23 million, that's where pretty substantial with single-family cost this year. I think we'll continue to probably see this number. We'll probably continue to see that number of new home permits. I think what we're seeing now is just a lot more renovation in homes. I think folks has kind of took the stand of renovating what they've got. No inventory out there. And we're seeing some pretty substantial renovations as well. Square footage, obviously trying to increase. We've had a lot more variances based on this, I think, with people trying to renovate what they have that's existing, which makes sense. Multifamily last year, we had nothing. Had a lot of renovations. So I think these numbers were down a little bit. Going back to those previous years, we did have some pretty substantial commercial projects. We had one commercial permit. This was the new Boiling Rock driving range building that they're pursuing now. Quite a few renovations, but again, just going back to those numbers, I think we're back on track with this cost here. You can kind of see where we've been trending there. Some of these bigger projects here that come on was approved in 21, 22. Those are in progress now, obviously. We've had a few of those. I'll get back to some of the special use permit here in a minute. I'll explain some of those. Permit wise, we're down a little bit. Probably would contribute that more. I think the commercial and multifamily stuff, we just didn't have a lot this year. Don't know the reason. We had a lot of folks come in, they just hadn't pulled the trigger on a lot of stuff right now. I do think next year we'll start seeing a lot of that more of those higher value projects probably coming back in. Got a lot of interest in some new things. So I think, this is probably more in lines of what was pre-2020 as well. I think this was kind of a hump we saw after COVID. Any questions on any building permit? Cost projects, maybe just give you an update on some of the projects we have now. We approved, I think 5 or 6 special use permits in 2023. Those are just kind of sitting there at this point. Different reasons. Some may be financial reasons, but other maybe personal reasons. Maybe some of them are just, a couple of them we approved with multiple uses, and those uses just hadn't come forward for those projects. But those are still online. They're still within their vesting period, so I think we'll start seeing those come along probably next year a little bit more. Comprehensive plan update. I think everyone's familiar where we are with that. Started in 2023 on that. We went through two public workshops, which I feel like, and I think even the consultants felt like we were well attended with those with the community. Had a lot of good feedback from those. Including the public meetings, we did have an online portal that comments could be pursued through that, and I think there was a lot of good comments through it as well. I think some of y'all sit on the subcommittee with this, and it was a good process. I think that every subcommittee that we had would come out with good feedback and good response, and I think we've addressed all of those. Planning board reviewed last month, unanimous approval to send it to you guys, so we'll be anticipating that here in February for adoption. To keep rolling with that. Any questions on the comp plan? A few project highlights I've mentioned before. We've already touched on the daycare. This was Ann's first project. It's still, it's still open and valid. She just, I think, is having a hard time finding uses for it. The Gardener's Gallery.
Your buddy, Kevin.
Yep. Gardener's Gallery, I guess everyone knows that they have moved out, but the farmer's market's still there. Moody Building, they're in the process of getting construction drawings and building permits. Probably within the next few months, we should see some movement on that. And the last little subdivision here has went to planning board. Y'all haven't probably seen that quite yet, but it's a subdivision that hadn't been approved, but it will be coming before y'all probably to February meeting. Had 2 annexations this year. The Blowing Rock Brewery. I think they're dropping back and refiguring some of the project now, so I'll see probably some more things on that here in the next few months. Blowing Rock Lodge annexation was pursued, and along with that, the conditional rezoning for that property as well. And they have been in, ready to approach and start doing some improvements to the property out there. So we'll work with them probably through the spring and try to get some of that done as well. Text amendments that was previously before you. This one here was early in the year, church parking requirements. Member Brack and the topography and trash. So these were some small text amendments that was approved 2023. Any more questions on the projects before we move forward? Outstanding projects, some that ain't been completed or statuses. I guess we all know Embers. I think they're pursuing I believe a 1st of March, mid-March opening. Well, that's been depending on the weather, and it's probably holding them up a little bit now, but that's their direction at this point. historic landmark status. This is up for discussion. During a few of our subcommittees with the comp plan, this was discussed, and it was, I think it's premature talks on preservation of downtown, preservation of historic buildings. And do we need to start pursuing or talking about this? I don't have a lot of information on it. I think the big thing is putting this out there, maybe for a little discussion, and then what's the thoughts and direction moving forward with this? I think that the discussions with this was based on, maybe preserving what we have. There could be a lot of change downtown that could impact us. The question is, do we need something in place for that? I will leave it open for discussion. I know David's brought it up a little bit. For discussion on how do we want to pursue this? Do we want to pursue this? And maybe there's probably just bigger questions out there. Maybe what is this? Historic preservation can be a lot, but it can be a pretty valuable tool at the same time to do some protection as well.
I think one of the advantages to that is to the property owners. There's a lot of grant money available for historically slated properties through the state and through the feds. I think that's what a lot of people are gonna, bring this up. How's it gonna benefit us? Our property. David, you're probably more familiar with the grants.
Not so much the grants, but the mechanics. Well, Boone is a good example with their HPC, their Historic Preservation Commission. I don't know what Brian and Kevin might say, but I think that program is pretty robust. The HPC has a lot of authority, more so than even the town council there, in terms of what can and cannot happen to buildings. But there is, if I'm not mistaken, a tax advantage. They pay half the property taxes, those property owners do, if they are enrolled. Is that how it works?
Correct.
Yeah. So, but I don't think they have that many properties that are enrolled in that. But it is a really, you can have different opinions if that's good or bad, but it is a great tool for preserving what you have. And there's a certain amount of implementation that would go with that. First being a historic survey that we would need to get for the subject property.
Wasn't that done about 15 years ago?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that if it was. But you can certainly get that done.
And what does that tell you?
The historical significance of these particular properties. And then, for instance, we're working on a property on King Street, and there is a defined historical period of significance for King Street, and I forgot what the beginning date and the end date is. And this particular building has changed its exterior look over that 50 years. Well, the Historic Preservation Commission will go back and say, this is what we think the building needs to look like. This is the way it looked in this 1923 parade photo. And so you need to get a certificate of appropriateness to change anything on here. And all we're changing is a door. And it's a pretty involved process just to change that door. But at the same time, it maintains that aesthetic thread through downtown that we have. And it makes it difficult to change that. And for the property owner, there's some tax advantage to it. For the community, you're preserving what you have, but there's a certain amount of cost and time involved in implementing it and running it. And it takes resources.
There, like David was speaking about, it's a landmark survey. It's to not just to identify what we think this is historic. It's to really get in the weeds and define what was historic about that property and basically to establish that. You can go as little with these, with historic preservation, where you can really get, like David was saying, you have a lot of oversight with it as well. Typically, it does require the creation of a historic preservation commission. Another board you would have to put online. And typically they issue certificates of appropriateness. Is it appropriate what they're doing? I mean, it helps to preserve what's significant about that building, keep the integrity of the building moving forward. You know, and at this point, there's nothing we have in place that would incentivize someone not to tear a building down.
Right.
We just don't have that. This status don't prevent that. There's just some delays that can help us as the town, hey, let's go through this process and figure out which is the best path moving forward with.
Like you, Charlie, I thought we, goes back a ways, but around 15 years ago, I thought that we had a committee, Sue Glenn and Jenny Stevens, and then was looking at that.
I believe the Historical Society has that information. And I think it was done about 15 years ago, and they contracted to the state, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the state did the source and for all the older buildings. But how much they delved into the history.
Right, I don't know, yeah.
Well, there's the history, or the history that might have happened in that particular building. Then there's documenting the architectural aesthetics of it.
I think that's what was done. Jenny spearheaded that, didn't she, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think, David, I think it was architectural. I don't think they delved into the historical, the background. It's well worth looking into.
I know Sue has some documentation on square footages and things on at least the Main Street core.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's anything more on historical surveys of any kind. I'm not familiar with it.
I wonder if it'd be beneficial to get like Eric Woolridge to come and make a presentation if we.
Who's that, Dave?
Destination by Design.
Not Eric Woolridge. Yes, thank you.
He's an historian in Boone.
Okay.
Very knowledgeable guy.
Okay.
But Boone implemented this. They implemented an ordinance through their historic preservation.
He is now.
They are a lot of hoops to pass with the way they've done it. They went as far as designating a historic district, a local district.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's a whole process in itself, trying to figure out what kind of contributing buildings and get that district in place. That's saying, not that we're going to do that here, but there's different ways that you can do it. You can do it from a historic landmark, just properties itself, identify those, or you can look at a district as a whole. So that's why I don't have a lot of information on this. I think it give us direction on, which I'm getting some direction now, on what we would want to pursue with this. I think then that would give us the ability to, it's a lot of information you have to digest, trying to find a path forward.
I think you all personally, I think that you ought to approach this, look into it, and see what the benefits would be to the property owners, because that's gonna be number one. You know, how's this gonna benefit us? But we need to do something that's going to, protect our older buildings downtown. You know, we were lucky with Rumpel. They could have torn down Rumpel House, but they decided to renovate it. But that's not always gonna happen, you know?
I think we're at a crossroads in development. The way people think that develop that. You see the folks that are the longtime owners of these buildings, that's the ones that typically will put that effort in to do this. But I think what's happening is we're seeing those change hands. Though. We're seeing older landowners, building owners dying out, moving on. Kids don't want to deal with the properties. That's where I think the bigger concern comes in with that building state the way it is. But more times than not that it don't. So we can do some research. We can, if there's some folks we would like to maybe come speak, we can pursue that. We can get some things in front of you. In the meantime, this is a link to SHPO, the State's Historic Preservation Office. It'll give you a lot of good guidelines and overview of what the process is. It is overwhelming, I will tell you that. But I think you can get some good information from it. So is the overall incentive for the property owner is just the tax benefit? I know that it comes with a list of restrictions to not change the building and keep it in for the community, keep it in historic. But is the benefit for that property owner just the tax?
Well, there's the guy that's redoing the hotel in West Jefferson. I met with him a couple of times. He had some interest in some property over here. And he told me that because of the historic value of that hotel in West Jefferson, he's been able to levy about 50% of his cost through grants and free money, through renovations.
So the money that's out there available for renovation too, not only just the tax savings, but also the opportunity for grants.
That's what he had said. Now, I guess that's where it'd be beneficial.
Yeah, he's got 2 or 3 projects. That's how he's done every one of them.
Yeah.
Goes in and buys them and leverages that historic preservation, and he gets all kinds of grant money to help rebuild these. You know.
Yeah, Doug you put me on to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So moving forward, we could be doing some pre-planning with this if you would want, maybe even at the summer retreat, bring some information back. I think it'd give you a little bit better idea of what's in front of you. I know it's hard to imagine what that is at this point, but it'd come up in some of the subcommittees. And then this may lead into the next discussion based on downtown. So I mean, I think it could be something we can kind of do a discussion on both. So moving forward, directions for us, before we started the comp plan update, we did have a downtown subcommittee in place. That was to begin discussions on downtown as a whole, see where we needed to go with that, what we needed to approve from the code standpoint, architecture standpoint, all the above. But I think the historic conversation would come back up in this at some point as we get into that. So these are the few things we've identified for us kind of as a to-go planning list to get done. Do we want to continue the downtown subcommittee going with that? I think out of the comp plan, obviously, there's a lot of action items related to downtown, so I think our thoughts is to get that downtown subcommittee back together and let's start approaching downtown. I know there's a lot of concerns downtown. I don't remember who's on that subcommittee. I know a few of you guys are, but
David, now.
reach back out and
I think I,
reconjure it up.
like, what codes are we talking about?
I think there was a lot of discussion on
Static,
I think aesthetics, building heights, building massing.
Setbacks, landscape.
Setbacks. And there's been a lot.
Parking.
Parking, yeah.
I think it's a comprehensive approach that we just need to look at downtown. I mean, even the discussion of each side of the street looking different, having different sets of standards for that.
central business, essentially.
It's central business and town center being, town center and central business, there's no difference.
Right.
Rules. It's just a different designation. We never put the rules in place. But we need to. It was in the comp plan from 14, and it's in the comp plan in this one. And we started to in 2018, December is when we went to planning board, and then it came out in 19, changed course. So to bring that back up in the language that we had then, or to look at it, step back a little bit and be a little bit more comprehensive. But it did pertain to town center and central business. Different set of rules because the properties were arranged in a different way, and there's different characteristics between Main Street and the rest of downtown.
And I'm just assuming that this would be in a lot of discussions with that, I think. With the aesthetics, the architecture things. That's a few things we had identified. Other thoughts in y'all's mind for direction for 24? We've had discussion.
You want them to go ahead and focus on looking at historic landmarks, districts? Come back to you guys with options, what's available?
I feel like I'll just speak for myself, need an education on what the different levels of historic preservation, what is the spectrum there? Where,
I agree. And another avenue that we can reach out is historic preservation ship over themselves. They're really good about providing education out there for folks. So we can reach out to them. They may be a better first to go to get input.
that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I feel like we know what we want to preserve. What is the vehicle to get there? And what is over restrictive and what is not restrictive enough?
Their capacity can, I think, take from all the other towns they've dealt with, maybe see where we fit in.
That'd be great.
Would it be appropriate to have a joint meeting with planning board and council?
for someone to come in and share with a presentation, kind of give
Yeah.
Right.
some basics. And then we, okay.
I do the planning board, and I'm not so sure I wouldn't have the subcommittee, everybody from the subcommittee there too. Which you're not adding many more, but,
I don't remember who they were.
yeah.
Brian, you know.
I don't, that's why I didn't.
It's, you know, it's, you're kind of, I know it's kind of like Brian said, you're talking about both things as you're doing.
Yeah. Tom, are you still on that?
I assume I am, yes.
Okay.
So
And we've had some turnover and we'll have some.
Yeah, I think that, because, you know, you're gonna be dealing in the same thing. And it'd be very helpful, you're not, that if only part of us have heard that through this guy or this company, and the rest of them hadn't, you're gonna have to bring them up.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else in town from a preservation standpoint that we should maybe look at adding to one of these subcommittees?
Sue Glenn is the name that's always brought up, but I think she was on the
She's on it.
Yeah.
David's on it. I'm on it. Tom's on it.
Keep listening, because I'd like to know. Sue, was Chris?
Chris
Chris
is
what?
on it.
No, not comp
The
plan,
comp
but-
plan.
No,
Okay.
not Chris,
Bill Carter?
I'm trying to think, I don't know if Bill was on that or not.
We'll look at the minutes and see what we had.
I can't remember, yeah, I thought he was, but,
I don't think we met with that committee.
No, we didn't.
We'll get that committee and send a refresher out to everyone. The Joint Council Planning Board Downtown Subcommittee. I can reach out to Chippo. They've got two wonderful ladies there to help with this, and I think that would be a great start.
Okay. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Direction? Just another update to come to my mind is the middle Fort Greenway. They're acquiring easements. And I think they're wanting to go to bid next month. So I think they're shooting for maybe an early spring groundbreaking, depending on bids.
Amazing. That day never come.
I think Wendy may want to come and give y'all a quick update before it all begins.
Again, this is section one, the Bowen Rock section, phase A and C. B is on Park Service land. A is 321 and 444 property, and the rest is the Foley Center. So something.
Did they finally get clearance with the Parkway?
They're
No.
working on that.
No.
I think that's where some of the latest, that $2 million funding is coming in to go towards that phase, but they're finishing it up.
that's what killed you, is that at one time, we had all the money to do the Blowing Rock Park. And now that we've had wasted all this time, well, we hadn't
Not
wasted,
wasted.
yeah, not wasted.
Takes a long time.
That where hands have been tied, that how the prices increased, and that's not there now.
But any update, it's not in Blowing Rock, but Foothills Conservancy land on the, they're behind Wheelies.
It's done.
Is it done?
Oh, yeah, it's theirs.
It's theirs.
And they were going to, they had talked about a trail
Yeah.
from behind Wheelies going down. They tabled that, and they're gonna look at a trail off of Globe Road coming onto the property. But yeah, it's their property now.
Good.
Yeah.
About 300 acres. Bears down in there.
Here.
Well,
Stay up here then.
everybody good?
Yep. Thank you, Brian.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thank you, Brian.
Jennifer. Come on down. Good twice today.
I know.
Yesterday.
Well, it's a thing.
This, yeah.
Apparently, it's a thing.
Get it.
No, not right now, thank you.
Good afternoon. So this time last year during retreat, staff presented to you guys the need for childcare for our employees' children. You all were in favor as long as what we provided was educational, not just a babysitting service. I think it was, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right. So you all voted to approve the Bull and Rock Academy during the March 2023 Town Council meeting. Since March 2023, we have worked diligently to renovate the clubhouse and turn it into a childcare facility. I did not know at the time what all it takes to have a appropriate and correct childcare facility. There is a lot of requirements, so we had to sheetrock all the walls because paneling is a fire hazard, so we had to get rid of all of that. The walls were built walls to make 2 rooms and an office. The 2 restrooms we renovated to make one a children's restroom and the other one is a staff restroom. The kitchen was renovated to add a required dishwasher, and there's also a washer and dryer in there as well. We added a covered back porch with an ADA ramp for emergency evacuation. And then we had to have the entire facility taped, mudded, sanded, painted, big undertaking. And all of this was completed by town staff. So we all have full-time jobs. If it wasn't for Public Works and landscaping and Parks and Rec employees, I mean, this has kind of been our project that we've been doing all year. So once we had all the main renovations completed, we had to have the right amount of sinks and cabinets in the classrooms. There's a sink for everything, apparently. Had a sink for diaper changing, a sink for washing your hands when you come in, a sink for bottles. Like, you can't use the same sink to accomplish all those tasks. I don't know how my children have survived all these years. So the state of North Carolina's Department of Health and Human Services Division of Child Development and Early Education has numerous requirements to obtain a child care license and be a rated facility. The staff has worked diligently to ensure that these requirements are met. We have set up centers that are required components for an infant and a preschool classroom and has conducted numerous hours of required training. Initially, the thought was this process could happen fairly quickly. However, after taking classes and consulting with our lead child care consultant with the state of North Carolina, it was realized this would be a longer process due to the requirements and the majority of the renovations being accomplished by town employees. The first meeting took place with our consultant last week on January the 24th. She will return for the first inspection on February 5th. If we have every requirement met on February 5th, she will issue our license number once she has an office day. So if we don't, then we have to schedule another day for her to come back until we have it right. And we cannot open the academy until we have a license number. So no children are allowed in. We have hired 2 full-time staff. One full-time staff is going to be a lead teacher and the director of the academy. The other full-time staff is going to be a lead teacher. We are in the process of interviewing for a part-time staff person to come in so that we have a runner between the 2. You have to, if a child has to go to the restroom, you can't leave a classroom unattended. So that person would help assist those children. Also, all of the full-time Parks and Rec staff has had the minimum requirements to be able to be subs. So if we have somebody call in sick or have to leave because they get sick, one of us can go down there and fill in a classroom. So we've been fingerprinted, background checked, TB tested, all of the above. So let's see. So this is the before pictures. The far left was the kitchen. The middle one at the top, that is the big room. And then we have the far right is what now is going to be the staff bathroom, but that was an old bathroom. And then this is where we are now. A lot different. I have to look so I can see the angle. Okay, so your far left is the infant room. The middle picture is your preschool toddler room. And so is the far right one as well, is the preschool infant room. This is the outside. We had to install fencing. We can't have children running amok, so we have to keep them fenced in. We added a covered deck, and you have to have direct access from each classroom to the outside. So if there's a fire, they're not going through rooms to get to the outside. So we had to add an ADA accessible ramp to the back of that so that the preschool toddlers can get out from their room. We had to add 2 double doors to the front in the infant room so that they can roll out a crib with the babies in it if there was a fire. And that is not me. So we go back.
That's your new water tank.
That was the other place we were going to fire.
I actually was just on the phone with the state inspector at lunchtime today, but we have one really not too big of a component, but we have to kind of make playground areas with inside this fence. You have to be able to stand and be able to see the whole area. So you can't go around corners of the building. So we're going to be adding a few gates so that we can make actual playground areas inside the fenced area. You have to have 100 square feet per child, and that kind of tells you how many children you can have in the play area. So there is a lot of, we won't know our exact number of how many children we can have in the academy because she has to come and measure. In that area, I want to say is 75 square feet per child, maybe 50. It just depends on your rating as to how many square feet you have per child. It's a process. I think I told Kevin, I said, there's a reason why we have a shortage of child care facilities in this state because it is a process. And it's a lot. And a lot of things that we thought we had good in building code is not okay in child care code. So you kind of have to back up and punt sometimes. Any questions?
Very good.
I appreciate everybody's tenaciousness to get this done.
Yes.
It's going to be good.
It is going to be good.
Going to be good.
It's going to be good.
Good job, Jennifer.
Yes.
Y'all done a great job with that.
Well, we are hoping to have an open house, like a grand opening. I've got to talk with Kevin and see when we can do this.
Anytime.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Next Tuesday, if it goes well Monday.
Sounds good to me. I'll be there.
So,
Need a tour sometime.
well, that's kind of the plan is to do a grand opening and let you guys go through and,
Old babies.
um,
I want to be around the ankle biters.
Pick them up, they won't bite your ankles.
I will say with the state too, they're required to have so many different areas of different play, different learning. So you have like an art station, you have a reading corner, there's different requirements with the state as well to be able to be a licensed and starred rating. Ultimately, we want 5 stars. And in order to get 5 stars, there's 45 pages that she will come Monday and go through and see if we pass or if we don't, like, mark off or whatever. So that's how you get your star rating. For the first 6 months, you automatically, I think, get 5 stars, and then she'll come back after 6 months and gives you time to sort of make adjustments as needed. So
Jennifer, the amount of space inside per child is different from outside. And she'll determine how many children can attend. How many children do we have who would be eligible?
Currently, so we've already sent stuff out to our town employees. Currently, we have 4 right now who are like waiting for the doors to open. We actually have interviewed a lady as a part-time worker who also has a baby. So that would make it 5 if we end up hiring her. Baker, who works in my department, his wife's pregnant. And so that baby will be joining us in September. And I told Pete earlier, there are other employees who have children who are of age to come, but they have spots elsewhere, and I think they're waiting to see, like, when we open and, make sure that we are ready to go before they lose their childcare spot, essentially. So, but starting off, we definitely can handle the number we have starting.
Very good, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Welcome.
Tell all the crew thank you for their hard work.
Absolutely.
There we are.
Yeah, that's the other site for a daycare, that little green box. But didn't work out like we planned.
Oh, I thought we were gonna throw them in the water tank.
A lot of places to play up there.
Not many safe ones, but
No, it's all perspective. You have heard this before at the council meeting, I believe, or at least the January meeting. I'm just gonna kind of get us back up to date where we are with Green Hill. If you're ready for me to go ahead with that.
Go for it.
Okay. Well, you've seen this, these are some of the slides from last year. This is the old location of the building, the communications building generator. And we moved into this area to add the new building. And you've seen these before, the old building, propane tank, one of the utility poles that some of the antennas are on. The condition. There is another pole right over here. This is the pad when it was graded out. We had to remove a few trees from this site. Pad, footer prepared, rebar. This is a shot showing the crane in place, lowering the new building into place. The generator on the back side of it, I believe. It looks blue. It's not blue. It's gray. But I kept looking at these pictures. I didn't know we purchased a blue building, but it's not. It's gray. Still working on Blue Ridge Electric to determine the utility pole for our antenna mounts for police, fire, EMS, public works. We believe we've got someone, Kent, or Matt, someone contracted to do soil tests.
Yes,
Okay.
that was supposed to happen. I don't know whether that's happened yet or not.
Okay.
But it's marked and waiting on that.
Okay. Those soil tests will determine what type of footer or foundation we could do, or if we could do a direct burial pole with Blue Ridge Electric. That's who we've partnered with. Increased pole height, really for improved direct line of sight for our radio communications. We've had trees growing up on the backside or the south side of the tower and all the way around, but mainly on the backside. And as I mentioned before, we're not sure of the total height at this point, but we'll be most likely taller than the current pole. I don't know what that is, but it will most likely be taller than what we currently have. As such, we are required to have a special use permit for that approval of a non-commercial tower. This being non-commercial, a public tower, anything over 20 feet in height. When that pole height is changed, a special use permit application will be put together, finalized, and go through staff review, planning board, and then we'll come to you. At the time that an application is made, communication amongst yourselves, with staff is limited, but, or with the outside at that time, once the application is made, your communication stops. You are allowed to ask us questions specifically, Brian or myself, about the project, but after that, then we're going to a public hearing process. Very brief, but there may be more questions, so I'll be glad to answer. Kent and Matt are here. They could help us too.
Kevin, so you say Blue Ridge Electric is who we're going to be working with for the new pole?
Yes.
Okay.
Be a metal pole.
So it's not something that we have to send out for bid or anything of that nature?
No.
Because it's for, what, public safety or?
Well, it doesn't cross the threshold for
It doesn't.
having to be a
Okay.
bid.
Okay. All right.
And the poles that we have up there now, Blue Ridge,
They
installed those. There was an older pole, and at some point it was replaced. I don't know how long ago that was. Those are newer poles, but does not provide the height we need to be able to get the straight line radio signals that we
So the
need.
reason for it, the height, increase in height is to achieve straight line communications or?
Yes, sir. The other option, one of the other options would be cutting the trees.
Taking the trees down. Which would expose the water tank totally, wouldn't it?
To whatever extent you remove them, yes.
Who's going to tell us how tall the tower needs to be? Do we know?
I don't know right now.
Okay.
You can see the amount of growth of these pines on the backside in here and going around it. And plus, this thing, it's hard to shoot through that tank too. I mean, the tank height has not changed, but it's what is on the backside, these trees being taller than that tank. And I spoke with Matt McGuire yesterday, talking about being up on top of the tank when we lost all the water. And he said, you could tell the difference. He said it was 10 years previous when he was up there. He said the amount of tree coverage now is a lot different.
Pete?
Kevin?
Yes, sir.
From a public safety standpoint, I'd like to hear from the police chief, fire chief, and Matt address their idea about public safety and how important communications are. So if they each could come up and make a comment or two, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Is this picking up good enough? I need to be here in front of it.
That's good. Front of it.
Yeah, it's better in front of it? Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Can you repeat the question?
Ken, I was hopeful that each of you could address from a public safety standpoint, the importance of having communications with your people, the police, and maintenance people with this situation?
Because of the history of this particular communication site and the socio-political involvement, I don't really have any site-specific information to offer in that topic. I mean, how important is clear communication everywhere that we can get it in this area for emergency services? Very important. I mean, I don't know how to answer that without.
Well, just expand on what you just said, because that's the point of the whole discussion.
Right. So the topographical challenges for radio communications, as well as 800 bandwidth communications, which is in North Carolina is called the Viper system. We have dual band radios where we switch back and forth, both police and fire in Blowing Rock, EMS and county, both Caldwell and Watauga County have systems in both camps. We try to supplement one with the other where we have difficult areas that are either high frequency response, or they are problematic. Some of those places are on Main Street. Some of those places have to do with radio signals and penetration into buildings. Some of them are outside in the Glen Burnie Falls and communication there. I don't think we've ever had a response there where communications wasn't a problem. There are what they call shadow areas all through our district. And that is basically either physical occlusions from the signal, trees, water tanks, mountains, buildings. The direct line of sight part is, while that is optimal, it's not entirely necessary everywhere to get a nominal signal and communications. But where we have these problems and how critically important it is to optimize our system that's a question that's answered on a case-by-case basis. And all I can do is, from my position, recommend what we should have to serve everybody that we're responsible, for serving. But where it becomes an aesthetic argument versus, public safety and the highest and best use and all of those
questions that come into play, I'm not a radio communications specialist. I know what studies in the past have provided us. I know my specific experiences with difficult areas. And I know what I feel like is it's my job to say, this needs to be improved. This is how. And beyond that recommendation, is it life or death? Possibly. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. The impact of the involvement and input over the years on that site and on impeding the improvement of our communications has been stifling. So it's incredibly important.
Thank you.
I've got a question for you, Chief.
Yeah.
You had mentioned, and you're carrying the radio. Two signals, one's Viper, one's UHF, right?
UHF and VHF.
UHF, VHF.
800
But
megahertz.
we've got Boone, Sheriff's Department, Caldwell County transmitting on one, correct?
They all have both systems
Okay.
now. Some of them have gone completely to the 800 megahertz, to the Viper system, and UHF is in place for.
And so we're not set up for 800 megahertz.
We're not.
So for us to communicate with them, we have to go to a different channel.
We do have those frequencies and that bandwidth in our radios. Is that a dual band?
Yes, it is.
We don't have a site here that is tied in with the other Viper sites.
Okay.
Because that would be, that would either require circumventing the normal system that they use, which is a microwave shot, point to point, to another Viper tower. We could either do that, or we could do a backhaul of that signal, that 800 megahertz bandwidth signal, with fiber.
Chavez.
If we choose to do that with fiber, then we would bear the expense of a third-party radio equipment maintenance contract, because the state system will not support alternative means of that backhaul. It has to be a microwave. That's why we were not included in the additional sites that were funded by the state with that system in Watauga County just recently, was because of previous involvement.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I just want to echo some of the stuff that Ken is talking about and the question that Pete asked. This right here is vital to police communications. This could represent life and death. If you don't have signal and you can't call for help, you're dead in the water. So if you're out wrestling somebody on the ground and they're, getting the better of you, this is your lifeline. And this is going back to the dual band. So Viper has spots on Main Street that you can't get out on, and that's the 800 megahertz. VHF, we use that primarily here in Blowing Rock, but we will switch back and forth just depending on the circumstances. And then talking about what Charlie had said about the other agencies. Other agencies primarily use Vipers, some others they go back and forth like we do. I know if we were to get into a pursuit, the sheriff's office to be able to, there's certain deputies that scan our channel and listen to us. But if we go into the county with some type of pursuit, we're switching to, usually we're talking channel 3. So they can hear us and we can communicate back and forth. Boone has now switched mostly to Viper frequencies. ASU is solely Viper now as well. So it really just depends. I think Caldwell's Viper now, law enforcement wise. So and these are all, every officer has a dual band radio. And we are in the process right now of the in-car radios. There's only maybe 2 that are still on the road that don't have that capability. But they all have a handheld that can switch back and forth. But I'm in support of anything that will help our communications. Anything.
So, Nathan, right now, you pretty much use UHF
Yes.
because we don't have a Viper site.
Correct.
And does that impede your ability to be effective in whatever you're doing?
It can. Like Kent was saying, you go down here off of Glen Burnie on a carryout. Once you make that corner and you start going down into the valley there, you can't get out. I've been down there on a medical call before, sitting here trying to do this to get out, using my cell phone. I pay for law enforcement priority for my cell because I can't. Sometimes you can be in a situation where you can't get out. Down at the school, VHF is what we use down there. It can get scratchy down there to get signal out in some places in the school.
And so if you were down in Glen Burnie in that area, if we had a Viper site, would that be a solution to that problem?
If you have signal down there. I mean, I think Kent would be able to answer that question better. He's more of a Viper guru than I am.
Definitely not, but I would, the Viper connection signals with microwave to other towers is one thing. The radio communication between this handheld and the whatever Viper tower you're hitting, which is, we don't have one. So it's gonna have to be Grandmother Mountain or High Brighton or Aaron?
Yes.
Where Viper sites that?
Rich Mountain, High Brighton, Grandmother would be the 3 closest.
Rich Mountain. So, for the Viper signal, but, you know, VHF signal is what we're relying on now with our antennas on Green Hill. So if the question ultimately is, will raising that antenna position for transmit and receive on Green Hill help to improve this problem, which I also don't want you to think that down at the Glen Burnie Falls is the only problem we have. We've had problems on Main Street. We have problems in new properties on Main Street. So penetrating into the building in Brom, if there's an event there, and communicating with dispatch. And I mean, I don't want to be melodramatic with the scenarios, with what could happen, but I want to be very clear that the problems are not few, and they're not isolated to remote areas. The new construction project on the other end of Main Street is putting in a system that communicates with power radios, and they'll have repeaters inside the building, which is another supplemental solution if you have challenges like we have. But as they're putting that system in, the engineers are asking us for frequencies to do testing. They're having trouble placing an exterior antenna that will get a strong enough signal back to our Green Hill repeaters to put that signal inside the building. So will raising it improve our system and our communications? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Apologize for being late, if you'll let me interject.
A few days left.
A lot going on today.
Are you still on payroll?
Have I been on payroll? Just a real world situation that actually happened, to give you an example. We had a bank robbery in Blowing Rock, remember? So we needed help from outside agencies. The agencies come in, we have multiple things going on. We have to search for a suspect. We have people working a perimeter. We have crime scene technicians showing up to process crime scenes. So we need multiple channels to communicate on. So when these people start coming in, we set up our command post. The first question is what channel we're in? Well, we only have one that'll work. Normally, all these other agencies would come in and we would assign Viper channels to these different tasks, would each have their own channel to operate on. But Viper won't work reliably. So we tried to branch off, and the sheriff's office used one of their channels for some of the perimeter and search operations, but they found quickly that even on Ransom Street, none of their radios would work. And a lot of their people on their channel, and a lot of their people didn't have our channel in their radios. And that's a problem. So in Blowing Rock, if we have an incident at the school, which is something we talk about a lot, we plan for that a lot. If we have to call outside agencies to come in, fire, EMS, sheriff's office, Boone Police, all these different people, and we have a lot going on, we don't have any kind of reliable communications inside the school at all, period. No cell phones in most areas, our VHF radio doesn't work in many of the areas in the school. So, that's a problem that we've mentioned to the school system, but the point is we don't have reliable communications in a lot of these areas and for all these systems. And these systems, you have to be inside of a tower, and if that tower is too low and there's buildings or whatever blocking it, we're not going to be able to communicate. So I just wanted to throw out that real world scenario that we've experienced.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Aaron.
So I can't follow up bank robberies.
Sewer leak.
Yeah, exactly. So for my guys, it's.
Water leaks.
I'd rather go to a bank robbery than a sewer leak.
And, Public Works doesn't have 800 megahertz. We're VHF only. So this is the only site we have for our communications. And for us, it's logistics and safety really for my guys. Whether it's a water leak, the water leak, to drain the tank, for instance. A lot of places we don't have reliable cell phone service. So when the guys were out looking to communicate whether they were finding something or not, they had to, drive out of Laurel Park or come, to the other side of Mayview to get in touch with us. Because the radios, down there won't work. Cell service doesn't work. When I started with the town, that was primarily our means of communication with radios. And in the 14 plus years I've been here, it's gotten progressively worse. So they're relying more on cell phones, and with that not working everywhere, this would be a huge help for us. And whether they're pushing snow and out by themselves, if they get in trouble and need help, they can get a hold of us. So for us, it's logistics and safety. It's not the true definition of emergency you have with the fire department or police department, but for the safety of my guys, it is important.
I think you should probably point out that Matt Blackburn is one of our most important responders on the fire department as well. And so is our president. So that's not entirely accurate.
Well, in the official capacity, for Public Works, it's, it is important, because I don't like feeling my guys being out on the island if they're out by themselves in bad weather with, ice storms or trees coming down, whatever it may be. So that's, definitely important from my perspective for them.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Matt.
Good question.
Finally,
Yeah.
just for the record, like to introduce number 6 US Code 194, and I'll give Hillary the language for that. But that basically gives town authorities the right to approve public safety projects.
You need to introduce this at our February meeting.
Okay.
Have her enter it, and she can enter it officially then.
Okay.
Okay?
When we talk about this kind of stuff, I'm ignorant. I'll admit it. These men that serve in the capacity that they do, and they have for 20, 30 years, they're the experts in the field, on the street, serving this community and beyond every day. I could not fill in the blanks like they did. So, critical importance, and I think they bolster that in what they just shared with us.
That's why I wanted them to come make the statements.
Fantastic information from our guys. I really appreciate that.
Now, moving forward, Kevin, this will, once all of the numbers come back, recommendations, then we'll hold the public hearing.
We'll make, there'll be an application made for special use permit for what we're needing to install here at this site.
And all the public will be made aware, and we'll go forward from there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Kevin, is the possibility of a Viper Tower coming to Blowing Rock, is that a possibility again? I know it was a couple of years ago, but
It was about 10 years.
yeah.
What do you think, Kent?
Not touching that.
Okay.
Not on the town side, I'm asking from their side.
From Viper side?
Yes.
I don't know, Melissa.
Okay,
See, that would have to be funded by the state,
I know, which
so,
it was last time.
yeah.
I think the Green Hill site was a critical part of their initial planning because they still have dead zones.
Mm-hmm.
But the money that they were going to utilize for the tower on Green Hill, we know went to a tower in Sampson,
Mhm.
which didn't help Blowing Rock at all. I think they probably still feel like the Green Hill site is important, but whether they would go back and reallocate money at this point is a question.
Okay. Thank you.
Kevin, do you have an anticipated timeline for all of this?
No, that's right. Well, I do. Well, we've held the best for last.
Well, you all want to take a
Y'all want to take a
break?
Yeah.
Yes.
2-hour break?
Tracy, you can go ahead and start. We'll be back.
See you tomorrow.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor,
Thank you for coming.
thank you for having me. This won't take long at all. We had a great year. I had, dropped off, Hillary, I emailed you that to make sure it went on, okay, good.
Thank you.
To make sure the annual report went into the town's website. It's been on our website for about a month now, a little over. And I left printed copies in your boxes over at Town Hall. I'm not gonna go through this verbatim, but I'll be glad to answer any questions. Real quick, thanks to Parks and Rec, Jennifer, thank you. Kent at the fire department, Nathan, the police department for helping us out with Winterfest. Had a great crowd despite the weather. Lost a few things from wind, but you know, it happens. But their assistance during the festivals like that are critical. We appreciate that. We had a great year last year as we look at our annual revenues. We were down 5% in occupancy tax compared to year over year or year over year. But still the best occupancy tax revenue we've ever seen, ever on record. It's been fantastic. We are moving now toward a more traditional travel pattern. You could say that the dust is starting to settle a little bit, and we're getting out of this COVID deal. Share of revenue has flipped, which is kind of interesting to me. Typically, we were at about 70% hotel motel in revenue. Well, it's flipped. The short-term rentals now are 55% of our revenue, and hotel motels about 45%. As it stands right now, we have 236 short-term rentals in town limits. That changes day to day. Depends on, like, if you own a home, you want to take it off the market because the family's coming up, you take it off. You leave for a couple of months, you put it back on. So that'll fluctuate a little bit, but 236 as of today. We have 24 hotels currently in town limits with 572 rooms. 10 hotels and motels are owned absentee. They're owned by corporations. That's a little worrisome for me.
How many?
We've never had that. 10 of our properties are owned absentee and by corporations. That's a little bit worrisome because they're not here. They're not, they do have staff here, but let's face it, the owner, like Brian and Donna Summers, regularly donate to the school. You guys were here, you regularly donated to local charities. Corporations typically don't do that. So it's a little bit of an eye, it makes you think a little bit, concerns me a little bit. Demand for new properties by developers is still high. And they see what a great product we have, so you guys are gonna get pressure, continued pressure from corporations or businesses looking to build hotels here. In the past year, our wayfinding signage, I don't really, again, I'm not gonna read this verbatim, but this is all printed off in a nice packet in your box. Wayfinding design and approval happened. We're very happy for that. The total cost of this package, Kevin and I have been through it with the folks at Destination by Design and the folks that are actually going to do the work. The bid was awarded to a company out of Concord. The total cost of it's going to be $329,939. That will be paid for by our visitors. TDA will pick up that 100%. We've already paid for all of the design work. We did celebrate the 100th horse show this year, and we also assisted with the East Coast Holiday Horse Show, which was a great success. We're tickled to death that they came here. We did have a cycle NC stop here in Blowing Rock. The Year of the Trail proclamation, we appreciate that. We celebrated that, actually hiked a trail every week. We had 52 trails that we did and documented. And a lot of folks really appreciated that work. I visited Washington, D.C. With Southeast Tourism Society and the North Carolina delegation to go speak with our legislators on issues that we are having in tourism and particularly with the Blue Ridge Parkway. One thing to remember or to be thankful for is the recession did not happen. We were expecting it in the third or fourth quarter. It did not happen. And now Dr. Harry Davis says we can expect a soft landing without a bunch of interruption. Inflation has slowed down. That's good for tourism. As we look ahead, all indications are that we're going to continue to have strong visitation. Demand for short-term rentals is high and is pacing very strong. according to Air DNA, which we've contracted with, and have it drilled down to our town limits. Blue Ridge Parkway work should begin this spring, weather dependent. It's going to take about 3 years to do that, 75 miles of work from Dalton Park all the way to Grandfather Mountain. We will have a new stretch of road here, though. This year, we're going to be participating in Outdoor NC Trail Town program. We're also working right now to get bids on redesigning our website, blowingrock.com. And one thing to keep in consideration as we move into the next year, it's an election year. And that typically slows travel and tourism right after the election to see what's going to happen with the economy or what the new president is, what kind of cabinet he's going to put together or she's going to put together. So that's something to be thinking about as we go into next December. That's all I have for you. Everything else is in that annual report. Yeah, what I say, 12 minutes? That's all we needed. I'm happy to answer any questions if you got it.
So you say the signage will be completed by summer of 2025?
We hope so. Again, it's going to be weather dependent and making sure contractors and all can be. But Kevin's in the loop on that. He's
got contract documents today, I believe.
Yeah, we did.
I got an email.
We did get contract documents today on the, I think it was pedestrian. Yes, ma'am.
JC, the flip in the short-term over hotel rooms, do you think that has to do with travel taste, people wanting larger units, or pricing?
Well.
Or a combination?
Yeah, it's a combination of both pricing. You know, we've got hotel rooms here that are going for $400 a night on key weekends. Higher than that in the STRs. For example, those units above the social, that 5-bedroom deal is getting $1,200 to $1,500 a night. The 6-bedroom's getting $2,000 a night. Now, it's not booking all the time, but there were people in it this past weekend. A lot of it is how we have changed the way we travel because the economy has been the way it is. So what is it? There's a stat out there that says my generation, X Gen, is the first gen that will not do better than its parents, okay? And my kids don't have a chance at, when they're looking at trying to rent an apartment, for example, in Boone, you can't do it. You're gonna have to have 4 or 5 roommates to come in with you because everything's moving to that short-term rental. So what happens is Peepaw here has to cover the whole damn thing. I gotta rent the whole house so everybody can come. So
We're all going to Trace.
There you go. We just did another ski trip and, we're not renting 3 hotel rooms. We're gonna rent 1 3-bedroom house and everybody can spread out. And that's just the way it's going. So the way the trends are and the way people are traveling now.
And COVID brought some of that on too.
They absolutely brought a lot of that on, yeah.
Tie in with a little bit of what Melissa said there, the occupancy tax, it's been being up here lately. Are we seeing that mainly because of the price of the rooms? Or are we seeing it because we're seeing more people?
Good question. I appreciate that. It's the price. The numbers have not increased in terms of actual visitation. This little quick slide right here shows you just in Watauga County. I think I shared this in State of the Town as well. $501 million in Watauga County spent by tourists. In Blowing Rock, about $90 million spent here. We got right at $30 million in revenue or sales in lodging. You multiply that by 3, that's your impact. That's called a travel economic impact model. It's pretty simple math, but yeah, here we're looking at about $90 million. Again, I don't want to go through this whole thing. You've got it in your packet or in your box there at the house. This is about what our visitor looks like. Average party size 3, 66% are married, 34% have children in the household. Average age is 47 coming here. And this is what's interesting. Look at the average age. The majority of our visitors are millennials. And just a few years ago, we were talking trash about them. Y'all were. I wasn't.
You were.
I did not. I hired several. I like that.
I'm not in that group
And
either.
their credit cards.
I'm in
are
your
good
group.
Working order, buddy.
I'm in your group.
But yeah, exactly. And you can see the majority of our folks spend 1 to 2 nights here. About a third of the folks that come here, a little less, are day trippers. There's a lot of screaming about day trippers. 70% of the folks that come here stay here, stay within markets. So, you know, and when we complain about a day tripper, first off, I'm not complaining. I call them visitors. Are we calling the people that are coming from Boone or Banner Elk a day tripper, or is that our local market? In reality, that's our local market. It's our neighbor. And I know Banner Elk and Beach Mountain love to see us come over there. So we need to have that same welcoming attitude here. And we do, for the most part. These are where the folks are coming from. Charlotte, that's our biggest market. Raleigh, Durham, Greensboro, right behind that. And then it breaks down from there.
Raleigh Durham's really taken out
They
a larger
really have.
slice
And you
lately.
know what part of that is, Charlie, is the new people that are moving into the Raleigh-Durham market. Of course, we're 3.5 hours from Raleigh, and it's a perfect getaway. It might as well be somewhere out west in terms of, you know, topography and where we sit and all. It's a different attitude. They love it. Matter of fact, we had a lot of folks from that market here this past weekend because they're not gonna see snow. They know they can see it up here. They didn't this weekend, but they, you know, we get snow, it hits the news and everybody's talking about it. So it's a big to-do. Here's where we're talking about occupancy tax revenues and the sales, direct revenues of Blue and Rock lodging businesses. So 1.7 million in occupancy tax, right at 29 million, multiply by that by 3, and that's what your impact is. Here again, this is our trend lines for revenues. We don't ever want to do this action again. That was during COVID. Not too good. And then, of course, coming out of COVID, things just went crazy. And we're starting to see those numbers come back in line. But demand's still there, and demand drives price. The more people want to come here and spend the night, the fewer rooms that you have, the higher price goes. The higher the price goes, the better collection we're going to have.
So back to that,
Yeah,
that October trend, is that just number of visitors or the price goes up then
yes.
relative to July?
It's both, absolutely. But it's definitely price.
Okay.
But we have more visitors in October. That's our best month of the year.
Yeah.
One month
You
a
don't
year,
make it
you
in
get the
October, you
price.
forget it. That's, this is just the past 5 years, but our trend lines look pretty much the same for the last 20 years or so. Budgets and how they work out, you know, 2/3 of the budget, and then Pete, we might want to address that because I know you're going to ask me. Don't even go there. I'll do it. 2/3 of the budget by state law says we have to use it in marketing. And marketing is a lot of different things. It's this embroidered shirt, it's ads, it's taking a writer to dinner. It's a lot of things. Direct tourism promotion, spent $439,000. Administrative, right at $400,000. And when we did our, I don't have it broke out right there, $593,000. We actually spent more than the 1/3 on infrastructure projects, but we have money sitting in our fund balance that allows us to do some of the things like the traffic lights at Main and Sunset, the flowers in town, the lights going up, that kind of thing. So there's money there to do extra if the board sees fit. And Kevin came and asked for about $95,000 the other day, didn't you? Somewhere in that neighborhood.
195.
$195. Really?
Well, don't you remember?
I just remember 95 nearly had a stroke. But yeah, when they have ideas or the town needs something, they can come to the TDA, and we're certainly always willing to do what we can. Some of the things that we've done this past year, sidewalks, of course, lighting, the new traffic signals and stuff, we helped fund that. Got, I don't know, 300,000 or so in new bathrooms going in. So we're happy to do that stuff. Some of the other things we supported, we gave $25,000 in support to the Moses Cone Memorial Park and their restoration 50 grand marketing sponsorships toward Braun, Winterfest, and the Horse Show. And then, of course, connected to 220 plus local businesses. These folks we're always working with right here. Of course, the town of Blowing Rock, Chamber and the TDA are joined at the hip, North Carolina High Country Host. I, by the way, am now president of that association. And that's the marketing arm for the Blue Ridge Parkway. We're always working with Visit NC down there. That's the Division of Tourism at the state level, Parkway Foundation, National Park Service, and Blue Ridge Parkway National Heritage Area. I don't want to get all this stuff. Again, it's in your report. We did start a new program with ASU hospitality students, hospitality management students, and it's been great working with our local businesses to expose them to our product and how they might interact or interface with us. It gives these businesses like Hunter a chance to meet some kids and hire them if they're looking to learn in the field, and offer internships. We've gotten several interns over the years through ASU hospitality.
Luke Combs.
Yeah, kind of did look like Luke Combs.
First, I didn't know who it was.
Our website, as always, it's doing great. And our social media, we've got a new full-time social media person, because we got 175,000 people or whatever following us on social. If they ask a question, we need somebody to be able to answer it and not just let it sit there. And Amanda and I were doing all that ourselves for a long time. And we finally said, okay, and the board agreed, we got to put somebody full-time in there. Some of the ads that we ran this year that were big, again, not asking anybody necessarily to come here. We're just telling them what we've got. The Year of the Trail was big, a lot of digital ads on that. Leave no trace, sustainability, that kind of thing. We're going to continue that until things settle down a little more. Always make room for these guys. He shows up with a TV camera, somebody calls me and says, hey, dude, can you get back to the office? They want to do an interview. This was going on when they were threatening to shut down the parkway, and we got tons of media out of that. And my basic response was, we don't know what we don't know. And until the federal government tells the Department of Interior, that tells the National Park Service, that tells the Blue Ridge Parkway calls me and says, this is what we're doing. I was just telling everybody here, be cool. Everybody just stay calm. I mean, we will post something like this right here, 700,000 people it reaches, 50,000 folks engaging that. You got to monitor that, because if you don't, you can have something squirrely go on and go viral real quick. We don't want to do that. We got a lot of accolades. We got a lot of awards this year. That's a dandy one right there. 50 best small towns in the South. North Carolina's best small town was Blowing Rock. Now, in the 100 counties and more than 500 municipalities, that's saying something. We can be awfully proud of that. We do assist a lot of media, and we do a lot of direct pitches. In other words, we'll be in March down at the Governor's Conference on Tourism. We'll be pitching things like the new hotel on the hill, the Horse Show, the great restaurants that we have. We got Hunter's just been nominated to be in James Beard Award. That's huge. So we'll be pitching that kind of thing and we do that throughout the year, but there are certain shows that we do that are specific for that. Staff right there, Amanda's been, that was the first hire, about a week into it. She was helping the chamber. She's been with us now 18 years. First big girl job out of college. And she is, I expected her to go on years ago, and I told her, I mean, literally, get your feet under you and let me help you. And wherever you want to go, we'll get you there. She doesn't want to leave here. And there's a lot of people that have called and tried to get her, but she likes it here. Lindsay Garcia, local girl, that is Todd Wright's girl. She went off to Chicago and got her wings and her feet under her and came back with a new husband. Yeah.
Tommy
Tommy Wright.
Yeah. Who did I say?
Todd.
You said Todd, he's a jazz
Oh, yeah, he played this weekend. You're right, Tommy. Sorry. That's Barbara Wright's grandbaby. And then Tyler Graves graduated ASU in digital media and does a fantastic job. So I didn't want to go through the whole thing, but I did. I'll answer any questions from you. Yes, sir.
Tracy, do you have any updates on what's going on at West Clover?
Thank you for reminding me on that. No, I don't have anything. I thought you were going to ask about Main Street or the auction tax revenue stuff that we're trying to get the legislature to.
1/3 to 1/2.
Yeah, legislature to look at. No, the only thing I know is that Dean is part owner, Cindy and Cobb and others. They've hired a general manager who has been employed there for years. I want to say 20 years. Anyway, they are supposed to be moving forward with putting a really fine restaurant in there and getting back up to speed and opening up to the public again. So that's about all I know on that.
Okay.
In terms of the 2/3, 1/3 split, we are meeting middle of next month, February, back down again in Marion with the guy that's heading this coalition or group. And he's going to bring us up to speed on where he's at the Travel Council. And it's getting around the state that we're serious about it. And it's our money at the end of the day. We're not sending that to the state. We should have say. Each community should have say, at least following the law, whether it's 2/3, 1/3, or 50/50 is where we want to go, because I'm meeting with Our State Magazine next week because we've pulled back tremendously. And I told Elizabeth, their editor, I don't need an ad. What I need is parking. We need parking. That's our biggest challenge right now. Yes, sir.
Tracy, is there a product or an experience that we don't have that we should have, or that we should be doing better than we're doing?
That's the big question that Marion and Rutherford County has. They don't have what we have. And he looks at us and says, man, you got it made up there. Well, kind of. We're missing the product we need. No, in terms of an attractor or an attraction, no. Sledding would be great when we can sled. I wouldn't waste the time on it. Let's send them out to folks making money. Let's send them out to Seven Devils or Beach Mountain or whomever that has a pay-to-play deal, unless we want to put something up here. That should not be for us. Biggest thing is the parking situation is really where we need to focus in terms of a destination. What we have, great shopping, some of the best anywhere, they know that, and they're going to find it. One issue we're having with that side of things is that today, if I just got up and had my breakfast at my hotel, or I went to Nights or Social or Hellbender or whatever, I'm out doing things during the day. Probably going to be hiking, it's probably going to be sightseeing, it's going to go see the big attractions, going to try out the Parkway, go to Grandfather, whatever. When I come back, the problem is everybody's closed except the restaurants. So, I mean, that's really not for us to. We can encourage and encourage and encourage. This destination has changed over the last 25 years. You know, we're not that little sleepy town that shuts down after October like we used to be. And folks are more willing to just get up and go on short notice. You know, Thursday afternoon, Mama, let's run up to the mountains for a couple of days. That happens a lot. And our biggest challenge right now is just finding a place to put them, because it's very frustrating to see folks circling town. It's frustrating for the employees not finding a place to park. So in terms of an attractor or an attraction, I don't think there's anything that comes to mind that we really need to do here other than the parking. Yeah. Mayor, anything else?
Thanks for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Nice presentation, thank you.
Yeah.
Brown?
Thank you.
Thanks,
Y'all
Tracy.
have that printed version in your box. And
Yeah.
it makes for good late night reading.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you.
See you, bud.
All right.
I'm missing out.
Well, the way we started out, I didn't think we'd be done early, but we are. But I was just gonna summarize a couple things I took notes on today. I didn't take great notes, but I did jot down a few things from everybody's summaries and their reports. Some things that we brought up that you want to talk about in the future. With Corey, it was 321 contract. We know that's coming up. And we'll look through that contract to see if there's a 2-year renewal. I think there is. But that cost is going to likely go up.
But we don't know what that number is yet.
No. Well, no, it was just, out there estimated. I don't want to give you anything that's not accurate. And then also there was discussion about an area on 321 that DOT is going to do some repair on. We're going to follow that up. That was mentioned. Is it out towards the rock or?
Where was that section, Doug, that you
Yeah,
brought
it's
up?
from, mainly from Broy Hill out toward the rock.
Okay. Speed hump location, but as Nathan presented to us, looking at other places where we can address some acute speeding issues or perceived speeding issues, maybe with speed humps or the automated radar signs. And those signs are outstanding on trying to gather information to see what is the real picture. The perception might be, we've got a speeding issue here, and then we take a look at that. And they were very responsive. It was within a couple of hours, they had that out there. In that one instance that we talked on Main Street. Jennifer brought up Christmas lights and wreaths, going to a different one and a different size, and that from a 30 to 36, and some of the price differentiation there. And then the other things that Jennifer brought up, deferred maintenance. Memorial Park, we're going to be talking about that tomorrow. And the longevity of the tennis courts thus far, but there's a definite need there, and as well as the other items in Memorial Park that are on the original plan with phase 2. And then Devant Field restrooms, rehab, and then Annie Cannon restrooms in that location possibly in the future. We will get more into what Matt's specific items yet tomorrow when we talk with McGill. Thomas brought up the progress with Wi-Fi downtown and that there needs to be some electrical components routed through those areas already set up on Main and Sunset. Cybersecurity is going to be a huge issue for us going for anyone, in fact. And looking at some employee training on that. And then the website. I mean, that's one of my personal items, is just looking at that website and how we can improve that. Save money, possibly too. And so that's a big one. And then Brian brought up historical properties. Get more info, maybe have Eric with the town of Boone to come discuss that with either the summer retreat or another opportunity, but a presentation to the council, planning board, and the subcommittee as we look on two different things there, downtown land use code and historic properties.
We're having a meeting with State Historic.
Yes.
SHPO.
Yeah. Blowing Rock Academy, hopefully within the next 2 weeks. And Tracy summarized TDA. What do we need? Parking. And we'll talk about that as well. Any questions of me or anybody that's still here as we summarize the day?
Questions, guys, gals?
Good.
Oh,
All right.
Hey, thanks for all the hard work.
Good, good.
Yeah, thanks to everybody.
Or anything that you know, on the agenda tomorrow or Wednesday, we might have a little more flex time. But if there's something that, hey, let's bring this up, let me know, and we'll get it on there. Probably on Wednesday, we might have more opportunity.
Guys, we have a motion to adjourn till tomorrow.
Time at the best seller.
Six. My time's 7.
Remind me.
Yeah, Charlie will be there at
Do I have a
6:30.
second?
Yeah, don't want Charlie
A
to be
second.
late.
Okay. Thank you, guys.